Obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
Thank you. Let's have a good time. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. I can't relate to where I am. People just don't give a damn. I'll find a way, make a break, figure out what it takes while traveling at the speed of light. Changes come, they affect their sight. Now it's been 7 years, almost there, the planet nears. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. There's people that I recognize. They've come here without disguise, searching for a better home, place where we're not all alone. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. radio too long. Thank you very much.
Mr. Doug Wright.
All right, welcome in everyone. Welcome everyone to the show. Tonight is Wednesday, July 8th. Okay, Wednesday, July 8th. And hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. We are having nothing but technical difficulties, even in terms of I broke my glasses. So I can't see shit. But we're going to push through anyway and try to get this done. Tonight's show is called Delphi, the FRANKS Supplement, a follow-up to the silencing of Todd Click. And I think you'll be interested in it. Tonight we're going to look at some things that everyone tries to ignore. They love to go through the FRANKS memorandum. They love to talk about the rumors and the FRANKS memorandum. But rarely do they want to look at the meat and potatoes, okay? So tonight we're going to be looking at the deposition of the undercover trooper. We're going to be looking at the deposition of Kevin Murphy. We're going to be looking at the testimony of Kevin Murphy. We're going to be looking at the affidavit of Todd Click. We're going to be looking at the direct examination of Todd Click. We're going to be looking at the deposition of Taylor Hornady, and we're going to be looking at the affidavit of Richard Allen. Okay, so that's where we are headed tonight. And let me just say something. Please, well, first of all, please share this all around tonight. Okay, please share this. If you're listening now, please go ahead and share it right now. Get some people in here. We only got 35 in here. We need about 10 times that. So go ahead right now and take a moment and share this all over. Get some people in here. They need to hear this tonight. This is the meat and potatoes behind the FRANKS memorandum, and none of this that we're going to look at tonight was covered in the prior episode, the silencing of Todd Click. Now, many of you are very smart. You know that the previous episode was a very important show that we did. And we looked at some very important information, including the Kevin Murphy report, which was perhaps the most substantial portion of the show that we covered. It was what we covered in the first half. Okay. Now, the thing is that, I have to inform you all that, after the previous live stream, the silencing of Todd Click, a whole new wave of targeted harassment has kicked up. So in case you're wondering what's important, every time we touch on something that's absolutely important and devastating to the state's case and the cover-up of the murders of Abby and Libby, every single time that we cover something important, the targeted harassment, the domestic terrorist surface, and they go after our families. They go after our credibility and spread lies and smears. And, that has kicked up. So in the past 24 hours, and really I'd honestly say the past 36 hours, there's been just an unbelievable amount of targeted harassment, most of which has occurred on Facebook, because I was kind enough to create a Facebook account so that all of us over here can go and have a place to gather on Facebook. And I don't know if Deb would mind putting up the Facebook link, but I'm going to ask you all tonight, if you're within the sound of my voice, please share this stream immediately and go over and join our Facebook, because all of this has transpired on Facebook. And look, we very well know that these domestic terrorists who are all involved in this investigation and who are responsible and behind the murders of Abby and Libby and the cover-up, we know that they have agents operating online, okay? And these agents that are operating online do the targeting of us whenever we get close to the truth. And it comes in waves, because we might do some shows that really don't matter much to these people. They leave us alone. The moment we touch on something incredibly pertinent, the harassment comes. So, yes, what I am telling you is that after the prior episode, the silencing of Todd Click, there has been an extreme wave of targeted harassment that has kicked back up. And look, it's not just the bloodlusty guilters, okay? For instance, Amy Peppers herself has now joined in this harassment. So, as I mentioned, we've had 36 hours of targeted harassment. Well, guess what? In the past 24 hours, Amy Peppers and some of her attack dogs have decided that they had to join in and try to take advantage of the situation and double down on the harassment. So any of you that go over there and watch Amy Pepper's show, which is nothing but the spreading of a bunch of misinformation and a bunch of fake information to mislead you and to confuse you and distract you, you need to know that Amy Peppers uh, has joined in on this harassment and is communicating with these very people who are doing this targeted harassment. You have to ask yourself, and I've showed you many times before, that there is a uniparty. So some of these individuals who you think are friendly people towards the case of Richard Allen, they directly collude with some of these individuals who are domestic terrorists, terrorizing us on behalf of the people involved in this. And you know who that is? You know, the cranks. So basically, the cranks and Amy Peppers directly collude with the primary individual who is perpetrating these death threats. Like, look, let me be clear with you. I got threats of physical harm. I got direct threats of physical harm. I got direct threats of harm to my 6-year-old boy, and I also got targeted harassment of my family members, including my father and the mothers of my children. So you need to know that this is no joke, okay? I talked about Todd Click, and all of a sudden, I have my entire family contacted. I have threats of physical harm. I have my 6-year-old son threatened, and I have Amy Peppers and some of her minions jump on the bandwagon and go ahead and participate. So listen, judge for yourselves. Okay, judge for yourselves. So, because of the targeted harassment, I decided that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to respond to these fucktards. Instead, I'm going to come on and I'm going to provide additional information and evidence to supplement the prior episode, the targeting or silencing of Todd Click. So, what we're going to do right now is we're going to double down on that show. Okay, we're going to double down on that show. So, I'd recommend all of you, if you're watching here and you have not seen the prior episode, you need to stop right now. Okay, press pause, back on out, go watch the episode we did a couple days ago called The Silencing of Todd Click. Watch it, take notes, and learn everything in that episode, particularly the first half where we go through the Kevin Murphy report. Okay, and then you can come back and get this supplemental episode here. So this supplemental episode will give you all of the depositions and all of the pertinent testimony that's relevant to building the case that we laid out in the previous episode. And so that's for all of you to understand what this is about tonight. And here's my promise to these domestic terrorists, cyber stalking, bloodlusty, pedophile supporting, Dropbox defending, meth smoking, catfishing, bloodthirsty demons. Okay, every time you come at us, we're going to double down on the information that you're upset about, because we know that every time we hit on this, you go after us. Because, hey, let's be honest, you went after It's a New Day. When she covered Todd Click, Troll Farm had to go over there and target her. Out of everything she's ever done, she goes on about Todd Click, and they go and target her. So I hope you guys understand that it's appearing to me that the two major triggers for these group of bloodlusty, chomo protecting, blood thirsty, pedophile enabling, Dropbox defending, catfishing, AI filtering using bloodthirsty demons. The two things that really trigger them into go into an all-out targeted harassment campaign are Reese Davis and Todd Click. Now you need to think about that, because remember, in February, when I disclosed a bunch of information relayed to us by Reese Davis, there ensued a good month and a half, about 6 weeks of targeted harassment in response to the disclosures and the blindsiding from Reese Davis that I assisted with in February. So we went all through the second half of February and March with targeted harassment due to the response to Reese Davis. And then it quieted down. And what do you know? I covered Todd Click a couple days ago, and the harassment kicked back into full steam. So, yeah, as I said before, Frank's memorandum plus Reese Davis equals the solution to the Delphi murders. Well, prove my point, because Reese Davis, 6 weeks of targeted harassment, uh, and now Todd Click, and I guess we got some more targeted harassment rolling out. But look, I'm not going to promote their channels. I'm not going to tell you what their channels are. All I'm going to say is one is about as Fat Bastard from the Austin Powers series, or maybe you could call him the Keegan Kline of the United Kingdom, and then the other is the biggest catfisher in all of Delphi, and that's Amy Peppers, who what you see is a 20-year-old AI filtered persona, and what you get is a drunk, uh, 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 unhinged, non-critical thinking, shit talking mean girl who should go back to cheerleading, and who has definitely hit the wall really hard and feels so insecure about that she has to go ahead and apply those AI filters to trick people into clicking on her videos thinking they're going to see that thing. So anyhow, with all that being said, fuck you guys. You do too much. You always show your hand. You're trash. No, I don't watch your channels. I'm not going to promote your channels, but I will double down on the information that triggers you all into an uproar. So yeah, we'll be having Reese Davis back on, by the way, because I've been talking to him again. He got a lot to say, and he's dug up some more information. And I'm not even going to tell you what it is until he comes on and tells you himself. And we're going to keep going on about Todd Click and the evidentiary substance of the Franks memorandum, because obviously that's what gets them all in an uproar. That's what gets them stank panties in a twist. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. Now, what else would I like to say? I haven't announced it yet. Well, and I'm not going to announce it now, but we will be having a little change of direction on the channel, and I'll be talking about that soon. Additionally, I think you should all know that I got some surprises in store, and I've said it before, and it's not to brag, and I often have said this, but I never show 100% of my hand. I always keep about 35, 40% to myself to be able to smack down when the time is right. And so there'll be some of that coming too, because I think that these people don't know what I know. And just because I haven't said it, they don't know it. And so they carry on with all of this extreme targeted harassment as if they're going to win. Well, bad news, guys. You ain't never going to win. I ain't never going to stop. I don't care what you say. And you know what? Every time you do this, I'm going to smack down some more bastards with some facts, and I'm going to come back and double down on the information that has you triggered in the first place. So yeah, with that being said, we're going to dive into it tonight. Now, I've said before that many of these individuals are CIs, okay? They're pedophiles. They're in the drug game. They're in the biker clubs. And or they're being incentivized by the family. Okay, so tonight we're going to get into this undercover trooper deposition. Gosh, my eyes can't even see that. And I'm not necessarily going to read through all the introductions here, but we'll find a good place to start here, and we'll get into this relevance of the undercover trooper to this entire angle that Todd Click was trying to reveal to the world, okay? Okay, now we're talking about Holman now. So this is where I wanted to start, was page 11 here. So he says regarding Holman, he says, did you guys talk about anything involving the sons of Odin or anything about Odin? Now, question for you guys. Because, you know, every time we read through these, we catch something new. Because the first question is, why would the very first question that this undercover trooper is asked be, in terms of Holman, did you guys ever talk about anything involving the sons of Odin? Okay, now pay attention to that, because the sons of Odin is a specific thing. What is the sons of Odin? I'll ask the chat. What is the sons of Odin? You notice the very first question asked is, did you and Holman ever talk about the sons of Odin? Okay? And then he says, or any stuff about Odin. And the undercover trooper says, yes. What did you talk about? He said that he was asked about Odinism and a little bit about the figure that was drawn on the tree. And you said you also spoke with Trooper Holman, Detective Holman. You're all troopers in a way to me. Briefly. Okay, so maybe I made a mistake. Wait, who did he talk about? The sons of Odin. Let's see. Oh, this was Purdy. Okay, so first he says something about Holman. Then he says, have you talked to Purdy? Okay, so backing it up, let me correct myself. Have you talked to Purdy about the sons of Odin? He says, yes. Then he says, well, he said he was asked about the figure drawn on the tree. And he says, you also spoke to Trooper Holman, Detective Holman. He says, briefly, he's the one that notified me I had a deposition. When did you talk to him? A week or so ago. What was the nature of the conversation? To tell me I had a deposition. Did you talk about anything else? He said he thought it would probably be about Odinism aspect of the case, but no further information. Did you ask him any questions about what aspect of that or anything? He indicated he didn't know, so we didn't pursue that. Did he talk to you about any of the testimony, the statements or questions that were asked of him during his deposition? He did not. Any other information you reviewed in preparation for the deposition today? I looked up the Fehu rune on Google. Hey, thank you, Christopher. Okay. Hey, thanks, Scott. Thanks, Scott's Dead, new subscriber. Thank you for subscribing, Scott. All right. Thank you, Christopher. And hey, Christina. Hey, artist formerly known, Nancy Drew, everybody, Brittany Renee. Welcome on in, everybody. Um, all right. Very good. Very good. Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm going to continue now. Um, all right, where were we? He asked about the Fehu rune. I looked it up on Google. Could you spell that for me? Fehu. Why did you look it up? Because that was the figure that I recalled being left on the tree. That was really my only involvement in the case, was that it had shown up and there were questions about what it might mean. Okay, if it was in fact a Fehu rune. Okay, you said you looked it up on Google. Were you refreshing your recollection? Yes, I was refreshing my recollection, as well as the fact that the runes are very much like the word two, depending on how it's used and where it's looked up. There may be different meanings, multiple meanings for one word, correct. What in your mind does Fehu mean? Fehu quite literally means cattle or livestock. It's often interpreted as wealth or mobile wealth. I've seen it referred to as that, for good luck, hoping for financial gain. Oh my God. Oh my God. Financial gain. Can we say the family? Can we say the trails? Can we say the town of Delphi and the prosecutor's office? Oh my God. Financial gain. Oh my God. The wherewithal of these people. Financial gain, wealth, painted in the victim's blood on a tree. You cannot make this shit up. Wouldn't a sacrifice be for some purpose? Wouldn't a sacrifice be for some explicit purpose? Good luck, good harvest, wealth. I'm telling you guys, put your thinking caps on. You ain't just going to sacrifice for no reason, especially a human. Again, it's quite often interpreted as wealth, hoping for some financial gain. Well, that's Delphi in a nutshell, isn't it? Have you ever seen such a large amount of grifters in the people surrounding two fucking murder victims in your life? Nope, you sure haven't. Sure haven't. Look at the millions and millions of dollars that have been generated following these murders. All of these years, they've cashed in on every single occasion. Financial gain, Fehu. Have you spoken with Sheriff Liggett regarding this investigation? Never. What about former Sheriff Lesenby? No, I haven't. Any other troopers? Winters, Murphy, anybody? No, sir. When he's asked about Sheriff Lesenby, why does he say, I don't even know the gentleman? That's kind of odd. What about former Sheriff Lesenby? I don't even know the gentleman. No one asked you if you know the gentleman. All right, fair enough. Any other materials that you reviewed other than your Google search? No, sir. Did you generate any reports or documentation? No, sir. Okay, when was it that you got involved in this investigation? The crimes occurred in February of 17. It would have been several months after that. So we were down at the offices quite a bit, and I heard that there was possibly a Viking symbol or a Viking rune left on a tree. So you're admitting now that at the time in 2017, law enforcement was referring to this symbol as a Viking rune? we were working down there at the offices quite a bit. I heard there was a Viking symbol or rune left on a tree. I had done some research on those regarding an earlier event that we had gathered some intelligence on. Oh, yeah? What was the event that you were gathering intelligence on Viking runes about?
Bruh.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Oh my God!
So you actually got word through kind of like small talk, coffee shop talk, and you actually reached out to some of the investigators. That's correct, sir. They didn't seek you out. They did not. Oh, so they didn't want to know about the Viking runes left at the crime scene. Okay. The earlier event you referenced, did it have anything to do with this case? Not that I know of. Can you describe it? Okay. 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 Hey guys. Hey guys. This is for the troll farm. Okay. This is for the retards in the back. Okay. This is for the troll farm, the meth heads, the Chomo protectors, Amy Peppers, the Timu cranks. Troll farm in the back. You're about to hear something you need to hear, okay? Regarding your prior investigation into this prior event that you're referencing or researching or becoming an expert as an undercover trooper in Viking runes, what was that event? Oh, there was a group called the American Guard. Excuse me, guys. Have you guys ever heard of the Sons of Odin? Have you guys ever heard of the American Guard? Have you guys ever heard of the Outlaw Hammerskins and the Vinlander Social Club? Okay, I think I've heard of that before. Okay, the American Guard. Okay, so there was a group called the American Guard that was kind of led by a gentleman named Brian James. Brian has a long history of, well, he was associated with the skinheads, he was associated with the Vinlanders, and then he formed the American Guard, all of which are extremely white supremacist based. Brian actually had a criminal history of some violence towards a colored gentleman in Indianapolis. I believe he did some jail time for that. That group, the American Guard, had been publicizing on social media that they were going to be security for a Second Amendment rally in Indianapolis. Well, it seemed a bit odd to us, and it was going to be on the grounds of the State House, so we took a little notice of that. They had publicized on an open source social media where they were going to be meeting prior to the event and that they were going to be marching to the State House. I showed up down there early just to march with the group. Oh, so you were marching. So you're the undercover trooper who was marching with the American Guard? Okay. And there were several hundred people not associated with Brian James's group, but several hundred people total. The people who associated themselves with Brian James that day showed up. Most of them were carrying guns. Brian wasn't, because I believe he's a convicted felon. But most of them showed up with some type of weaponry, whether it be firearms, open display of knives, but several of them had wooden or metal shields. I mean, big, like Captain America type of shit shields. And when you looked at them, there were actually sheet metal screws protruding from the inside going out, So these shields were actually weapons. Okay. Well, many of the shields, some were made of wood as well, and those concealed a baton inside them that could have been used as an impact weapon if wanted. Many of these shields had runes on them, and I didn't know what they meant, so I started looking into it and did a little research to try to find out what some of those meant and what their purpose were. So that was kind of my first introduction into deciphering what these kind of meant or what they might have meant. Oh, okay. Okay. So the American Guard, Brian James, the Vinlanders was your first experience with runes in this region. And it was specifically tied to runes on their shields that are also weapons. Okay. Okay. We're getting there. I think we're getting somewhere here. I think this is a foundation. We're starting to lay a foundation. This was probably 2016, 2017. So it goes back a while. Do you know what time of year it was? It was, I would say it was towards the fall. Okay. So that was my first introduction to those. We also seen them, the runes, okay, the runes, in some tattoos on some biker gangs. Oh, you don't say. You don't say. You've also seen these runes in the biker gangs. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my God. It was our job to help
It was
law
our
enforcement.
job to help law enforcement.
Okay, so we're tracking. Are we tracking? We got the runes first encountered by law enforcement in Indiana on the Viking shields of the American Guard, the Vinlanders, the Sons of Odin, the Hammerskins, whatever the fuck you want to call this group at this point in time. We got the nexus of Sons of Odin, American Guard, and on bikers. Sounds legit? Oh, and did I mention on the tree at the crime scene for Abby and Libby? Yeah, I did. I think I did. I think I did. This is all about the tree at the crime scene of Abby and Libby. You were talking about shields with batons. Are we talking like Braveheart kind of stuff? They were smaller. They were basically kind of medieval feel to it. That's what I'm envisioning. Very much so. They were maybe 3 feet by 2.5 feet with plumbing type handles. They were quite substantial. They would have taken a heavy blow. Okay, so then Officer Purdy, the two of you communicated initially. What happened after? He and I met so he could accurately show me what the figure on the tree, painted in Libby's blood at the fucking crime scene of Libby and Abby, looked like. And it reminded me of the rune Fehu. So I looked that up and we spoke about it. And he wanted to know how that would be tied into the crime scene. I didn't know. I still don't know how it ties in because traditionally that's a rune of luck and wealth. So I don't know how it would have been construed to be in a crime scene. Well, if you sacrifice a human and you want some good luck and wealth out of it as your reward from the gods, seems like what you would do is paint it in the victim's blood on a tree. I mean, didn't Jesus hang from a tree? Didn't Odin hang from a tree? Well, why not put the Fehu rune after a human sacrifice of a little girl painted in her blood and hang her ass from the tree? Thank you, Swade. So the two of you met for breakfast? Just the two of you? Actually, it was another gentleman with me who happened to be on my day off that day. Who was that? There was another gentleman with me, like a friend or something? Yes. Who was that? Brian Jenkins. Okay. Brian Jenkins. I thought you were going to say Brian James. We were going to kind of throw me off for a minute. You were going to kind of throw me off. No, no. Although we've spoken many times, I wouldn't consider us good buddies. What? What? Although we've spoken many times, you mean Brian James?
Oh my God. Bruh.
Productive. It's kind of gross and icky.
Okay. So, guys, please be tracking. When they give us the details, we take those details. Where did you guys meet Cracker Barrel? I don't recall. I drove farther than he did. So then, did you meet with any other law enforcement officials in the course of this investigation? Mr. Holman, tell me when that meeting occurred. That would have probably been 2018 or 2019, pre-COVID. It was very brief. What was the purpose of that meeting? I delivered something to him. We were still downtown. We had a big printer that our section would occasionally print something off from, and he had it. He was on the north side of Indianapolis. I said, I'll drive out to him. So I delivered that to him. Do you remember what you delivered to him? It was rolled up. I don't know, sir. So there was just some material that you guys had processed down at your office. Someone had. I didn't do that. In a tube or something. It was rolled up. I don't remember it being in a tube. And you don't have any idea what it was? I don't. So it was just a rendezvous for a handoff of a tube or whatever? It was. Did you guys talk about this case at all? Yes, briefly. Okay, what'd you talk about? He, meaning Jerry Holman, showed me a drawing of where the sticks were laid over the girls' bodies when they were found. And Holman asked if I saw anything regarding runes or anything in there. I didn't, at least most of the runes that I know. Now, when we speak of runes, though, there are several different categories of them. They don't all look the same. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes, but that's okay. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you entirely. You're not, but I didn't recognize anything in the sticks. And again, it was a stick drawing of sticks. It was a stick drawing of sticks. Correct. Did you have that drawing, or do you have it, or is this something he showed you? He showed me. I don't have a copy of it. Okay, so basically, forgive me for being a little bit more detailed, but that's why we're here. So somebody took a piece of paper and just drew with their own freehand some lines? Yes, sir. And you knew that it was representing sticks? Yes, sir. And so what else occurred during that conversation? That was the extent of the conversation. Okay, where did this take place? On the north side of Indianapolis. He was in town for some training, but I was already downtown and leaving. That's why I just volunteered to drive it up for him. So basically, he just handed you a piece of paper with some lines on it, and you looked at that and said, it doesn't mean much to me. I didn't see anything. So my understanding from speaking with other law enforcement officials in this case is that you're a follower of Sons of Odin, or you subscribe to Odinism. What? My understanding is you're a follower of the Sons of Odin, or you subscribe to Odinism.
Oh my God.
No, 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 that's not true. That's not true. It isn't true. No, no, no. Really? Sure does seem that that Rick's attorneys thought so. Okay, well, that's one of the reasons why you got in here, because that we had kind of heard that. No, that isn't true. It isn't true. It isn't true. Okay, but I do have some knowledge of it, simply because I started again looking at it through the runes and things like that, and I did find it interesting. Okay, but you don't have any personal connection to this movement or belief system? No, no, sir. Cult. Some people would call it that. You don't have any personal connection to that? I do not. Okay, we got that cleared up. Did you ever meet with anybody in this case? The phrase unified command has been kicked around a lot in this room in the last couple of weeks. The group leaders in this investigation, did you ever meet with any of them regarding any of this? No, sir, I did not. And you never met with any suspects? I'm going to ask these questions just because I'm trying to make sure I rule everything out. Sure. You never met with anybody or did any further investigation? No. Did you ever speak with anybody from Purdue? No, sir. Okay. When you were speaking with Trooper Purdy or Trooper Holman, did either one of them show you any photos from the crime scene? Yes. Okay. Let me hand you Defendant's Exhibit 1. Would you take a look at that? Do you recognize the photograph? Yes, sir, I do. Is this a photograph you've seen previously? I have seen this one, yes. Is this the one that Purdy offered up to you? I believe it is, sir. It appears to be very similar to what I remember. And is this the photograph that you suggested is similar to the runes that you were looking up on Google? It is, sir. Okay, just to make sure we're all on the same page, what is it about this photograph that caught your attention? It could easily be mistaken for an F, but the fact that both of the horizontal bars point up are very indicative of the rune Fehu, which is often thought to represent cattle. So in your mind, when you saw that, the angle of the two horizontal bars was kind of what caught your attention? That's correct, sir. Was that something that jumped out pretty quick without spending a lot of time with this? It was. Okay, and so in the context, you can set it down if you want, just leave it there. So in the context of you're looking at this, did you draw any conclusion that there appears to be something that was deliberately that this appears to be something that was deliberately placed on the tree rather than some random mark? It appears to have been done accurately to make either an F or a Fehu rune. It doesn't appear particularly random, like something's wiped off. Okay. You mentioned earlier that these runes can have different meanings. Let's talk about that. Did you find information online that supported that idea? Or is that just a conclusion you drew? I'm not positive what you're asking. Okay, I think I need to ask a better question. Earlier you mentioned that the system of runes can have different meanings. Correct. What led you to that conclusion? To a large degree, just the Google search, several different websites that you go to. There used to be a really good one that I could find that I could not find. I don't really know if it's since gone under, but that would discuss lots of different meanings, but very much like a diagnosis. Sometimes people just can't agree. So it's depending on which website you're on, you're going to get a little bit of variance. Most of them will agree with cattle or mobile wells, but a few will say, oh, well, in the new age or whatever it might mean this, it could be a gateway to that. Depends on how far you want to run down the rabbit hole and which interpretation you choose. Oh, gateway? Well, that's interesting. Gateway. You mean like portal? Do we mean like a portal? Are we talking about a portal here? A portal. Are we opening up a portal with this human sacrifice and painting it in blood? And I don't know. So now look, he's going to get baited by the defense here. Did you discover during the course of your studies with regard to this Odinism that there's kind of a legitimate side of this spiritual belief, and then there's kind of a good and evil side? There's a good side and kind of an evil side? I would say very much so, yes. And is it fair to say that there's people running around in society basically that believe or that exercise or subscribe to this system of beliefs that are normal, law abiding humans, right? I believe so, yes. And are you confident that there's also people running around in this society that subscribe to this system of beliefs that are frankly evil or bad people? Brian James and his followers? Without making a moral based judgment, there are some that believe in this system of, again, philosophy or whatever you might want to call it, that have tendencies that are outside the norm. Again, most of those revolve around the white supremacy movement. Definitely some strong, very strong feelings by them. People that subscribe to violence, people that I would say would probably be quick to violence. Okay, other than the circumstance with Brian James, I don't want to make him the center of attention today, but other than that, have you done any other investigations, maybe even after that, regarding this Odinism cult or group? We've seen some of the runes and things like that show up in some of the prisons. And I've been asked a couple of times about what that might mean by various tattoos or something on a letter. But as far as an investigation, no. Another tidbit. Another tidbit from our undercover trooper. So bringing it back, so we see runes on the Vinlanders or American Guard shields. We see the runes on some bikers, and we see the runes in the prisons. Okay, so let's see. Runes, okay. Abbey and Libby crime scene, bikers, American Guard, prisons. Okay, so these types of things are present, or there's some commonality with all the prison systems. It is. And I don't know if you want to call it Asatru or Odinism, that seems to be one of the growing religions in some of the prisons. Amongst inmates, we're talking about, right? That's correct. Okay, I want to make sure. Not something that the staff members would be involved with. That's on the staff members. I can't speak to that. Well, what we're talking about is bad people that are locked up in prison who affiliate with these groups, probably for their own personal safety and other reasons, whatever reason, but yes, they are affiliating with it. Okay, so now we can backtrack again and add to this chain of thought. A growing popular movement in the prison system is the adoption of these Asatru, white supremacist, runic motorcycle club, American Guard, Abbey Libby crime scene. I see a thread that goes through all of this. Prisoners using runes, bikers using runes, white supremacist groups using runes. Killers of Abby and Libby using runes. It's a thread. All right, let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 1 and take a look at that and tell me if you've ever seen that. Never seen that photograph before, sir. Then McClellan throws a hissy fit, but we'll skip it. Okay. So he presents another photograph, which they're calling Exhibit T. He says, let me represent to you as an officer of the court that this is a photo of one of the girls that was found dead in this case, meaning a Delphi case. So this is a photo of one of the dead girls. Okay. Andy Baldwin says, specifically, let me direct your attention to the body of the young woman there, specifically the left side. Do you see all those sticks that are located there? I do. Nobody's ever showed you these before? I have not seen this picture before. Do you agree with me that those sticks appear to have been placed there intentionally just from the first glance at this photo? It appears so. Do you agree they didn't likely fall off a tree in that way? I would say that's very unlikely. Okay. And do those sticks in any way mimic or look familiar in terms of the formation or stick drawing that Officer Holman gave you when you met with him? I don't remember what it looked like accurately, so I won't be able to answer that. Well, as you sit here today, is there anything about the formation of those sticks that might prompt or be related to any of the odonistic information you've gathered? May I have a moment to study this? Yes, sure. May I ask a question? Yes, sure. Has this been cut or is that a break? Well, I think there's some consensus that it was cut at some point. I don't see anything that's indicative in anything that I know would connect this to runes or odonistic religions, but it does appear, it looks like they were placed there intentionally. Okay, fair enough. Okay, question by Mr. Rozzi. Okay, Anthony, let me hand you what I've marked as defendants number 1. I'm going to represent to you that I just got online and started looking up Odinism and runes and all of the stuff. And this is one of the drawings I generated. Does that look like the type of things that you would have found online when you were doing your research? Lots of pages, like with this different yes and no. Hold on. Did he just call this guy Anthony? Did our clerk fail to redact our undercover trooper's first name? Anthony. I've heard that name before. These are what I would believe to be bind runes, where they're combined more than one for a specific purpose. What did you call them? Bind runes, B-I-N-D. They will bind one rune to another. In other words, let's say a Fehu, for example, will be construed as mobile wealth. They might want this in a business enterprise, so they might have another rune that would represent their business. They would combine those over top each other or in some way to bind those together. Okay, so that's what these look like more than standard runes. So maybe a little bit more sophisticated. I would say that these probably would be because these are for a specific reason. But they still look like runes to you, right? They are. Now hold on. Hold on. Hold on. He just asked this undercover trooper if they're runes. First answer, no. Then he asked again, look at this crime scene photo. Okay. He looks at the crime scene photo of, I'm supposing, Abby. And he says, oh, yeah, these are bind runes. And he says, well, they still look like runes to you? And he says in line 5, they are. So here we have our undercover trooper agreeing that they indeed are bind runes on those bodies of those girls. I guess I would just establish that. I would say that. Okay. So he says, this one says safe travels. If you take off this stick there, I recognize that as, I don't remember the name of it, but it signifies traveling. So if you took the stick off it on the left part, the stick, the left side of it, it looks like an R, right? Correct. That has something to do with safe traveling. But again, they've combined it with something else. I'm circling this exhibit on the right side there near a second one from the bottom, and it says strength. Do you see that? I do. To me, that looks fairly similar to the stick formation on that body. Would you agree there are similarities? I can see that there is some similarity. Okay, understand that's just one of these. You called them bind runes? Bind runes. I would say that that's what these are. These are different than the standard set of runes that I normally see when I look them up. Okay, it's also been brought to my attention during this case that there might be some association. Defendant's Exhibit 2. Okay, some association with triangles in the Odinistic belief system. Do those look familiar to you? Those triangles? Yes, sir, they do. Did you also discover the same information that suggests that these triangles, these triple triangles that are interconnected, were part of the Odinistic type? I've seen tattoos on amulets. Ambulance. I'm not sure what they mean. You said on an ambulance? Amulet, like a necklace. I've not actually heard that word before. It's been a good day then. On a necklace, a pendant, or whatever. Okay, I've seen this shape associated with some of the runes and stuff before, but again, I'm not sure what the actual meaning of this is. But you've seen these things together, these rune type formations and these triangles? I have. Okay. It just happens that Defendant's Exhibit 1 has 3 of those triangles on it. I actually wasn't paying a lot of attention to that, but do you agree with me that there's similar formation at the bottom of Defendant's 1? Yes, it says Valknut. Have you discovered in the course of your research that horns are also part of this belief system? Horns, like Viking horns, like drinking or blowing horns? Well, frankly, any kind of horns, frankly. I'm not talking about car horns. We're talking about horns on animals or whatever, depictions of Vikings, things of that nature. Oh, my God. Oh, Andy Baldwin getting a little grumpy. I'm not talking about car horns. All right. Now, this is going to go back to something important. So let's get serious, guys. Wake up. Snap up. Snap into shape here. Regarding horns, he says, I remember at the event where Brian James and his friends were there were some people, they appeared to be cow horns stuffed in a holder on their belt. Not all of them, but a few of them. It looked like they had been used for drinking cups or something like that. Did you discover any other association between horns and this Odinism during your research or experiences? I did not, but I never looked for it. Okay. Did you at any time communicate with the chief of police of Beverly Shores.
Oh my God. Bruh. This is bullshit, Alado.
Beverly Shores. Chief of Police of Beverly Shores. Why are we asking about that? Chief of Police of Beverly Shores. Okay, noted. No, sir. That doesn't sound familiar? Not at all. Is that an Indiana town? Presumably. I haven't looked it up on the map, but one of the detectives was working up there as well that was on this case. Can I read that again?
This is bullshit, Alado.
I haven't looked it up on a map. The police chief of Beverly Shores, okay? I haven't looked it up on a map, but one of the detectives who was working up there as well was on this case.
Bruh.
Really? Who was that? The police chief of Beverly Shores and one of the detectives on the Delphi case? Taking notes. Okay. Now Mr. Razi comes in. Earlier we were talking about, I think I used the phrase good and evil. Let me hand you what's been marked as 3 again. I just did this on my internet searches. It's not on any high-end FBI stuff here. Would you agree with me that 3 represents kind of, again, the kind of runes we've been talking about today in one form or the other? I would agree. I'm familiar with the top 3 rows. I'm not familiar with at all with any of these on the bottom. I've seen the top rows before in various forms, but I haven't seen those before. You mean as you sit here today, you can distinguish between the ones you've seen and the ones you haven't? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. And again, each of those may be drawn a little differently. These are normally divided by 3, and this is the first line, the second line, the third line. Again, I have no idea what the fourth line might be. Well, when I was doing this search in my own research, frankly, obviously the things that jumped out at me other than the runes themselves were the comments. Do you see all these comments? I do. They're clearly associated with, in some ways, communicating about supremacist groups, right? It would appear so. So this is consistent with the kind of, I guess, what I would call the evil side of this Odinism that you talked about earlier. Right? It would be consistent with one side of it, yes. Okay, and it's not surprising to you. So it's not surprising that I found this online because you're familiar with this kind of stuff, right? Absolutely, sir. In other words, I'm not piecing 2 things together. You are not. Okay. Let me hand you what's been marked as Exhibit J. Take a look at that. We've tossed around over the last couple of weeks. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. All right. So if I represented to you, or I'm representing to you, that the side-by-side images, the left image is an image that was taken off Brad Holder's website or Facebook page, who's a suspect in this case, or was. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that? No, sir. The name Holder actually appears on the picture. Okay, so then on the right is kind of maybe not so clear image of what do you otherwise, do you generally agree that those are one and the same, just different lighting? Okay, so as you look at those, or with your background knowledge that you have, do you see similarities between those 2 side by sides? I see an upright staff and 2 horizontals coming out. So there's 3 lines, one on each. and they're all in a similar position, right? Correct. So there's some similarities, correct. I understand you don't have any context for where that photo, when it was taken, where it came from. But just at first glance, is it obvious that these two things seem similar? There are some similarities, yes. Okay, let me hand you what's been marked as K and L. Take a look at those two images. I've looked at them. Have you ever seen them before? No. They're obviously just paintings or some type of artistic creation of a body hanging upside down. Do you agree with that? Yes. And if I told you that these were pulled from the same suspect's website or Facebook that we referenced on the side-by-side earlier, would you have any reason to disbelieve that? I would not. It even says Brad up there at the top. Okay. So in looking at those, I'm more interested in the mark at the bottom center. Do you see that mark there, the red mark? And I know it's a little difficult to see, but would you agree with me that it's also very similar to the mark that's on the tree at the crime scene? I would not. You disagree? I do. Tell me why. You still have the same central staff, but on this one, they point up. On this one, they point down, which is a difference. This would be a different rune. I'd have to look it up, but it starts with an A. But it's not the same representation if we're looking at strictly rune formations. That is not the same. Okay, fair. Let's start with that. So do you agree with me that it appears to be a rune formation? Very well could be yes. Okay. And he hands him something else. He says, here's some more of letter F formations. Okay, so let me get back to this Brian James thing because I'm kind of interested. Is there any geographic area in the state where any of these people that you dealt with, the Brian James web, are located? I can only go off what I knew when I was looking into them, and I believe that some of that has changed over the years. The American Guard was the group that we were looking into. They actually had officers in several states in different groups, but again, they were centered in Indiana. Brian lived in Danville, Indiana. Since we looked into him back then, he's gone through a divorce. I don't know if he still lives there. They pretty well erased all of their open source social media, so we don't have easy access to look to see where they might be now. I don't know if the out-of-state chapters are still even up and running. Interesting. Interesting. Anywhere else in the state you're familiar with pockets of these groups? I don't know the answer. Usually when they had gatherings, they were always at Brian's house. So I don't know where else they might have been throughout the state. Do you know any of them to be involved with any kind of ritualistic activities when they gather or have events? I don't know what they're doing. I know at one point they were having a barbecue for many people that attended the Second Amendment rally. I did not attend. You don't know anything else in terms of ritualistic activities? No. We've driven past there when Brian's had gatherings, but there's a fence around the backyard. I have no idea what was going on behind there. Okay. And then, now listen to this. For some reason, and this is highly unusual, very highly unusual. For some reason, this guy suddenly offers up information he's not asked about. He says, "May I revisit something?" And Razi says, "Sure. You asked about horns earlier." Yes. At one point, there were pictures on open source social media of Brian James and several of the people at an event drinking from a horn. But I'm not sure what significance that has. Okay, in your independent research, did you ever find any connection between Odinism and horns? Not that I know of, but again, I've never researched that aspect of it, sir. Although now I'm curious. Whoa. What the fuck is that about? What the fuck is that about? Why is this undercover trooper suddenly like fixating on these horns? Interesting. So they take a little break here, a little recess, and then they come back. So he says, "We're back. Hey, we're back on the record. So let me hand you what's been marked as C. Okay, defendant C. It's another photograph that's been circulating in this case. Does that look familiar? No, sir. And if I told you that's one of the crime scene photos of one of the girls, do you have any reason to disbelieve that? It's a close-up. I do not, sir. Okay, directing your attention to the kind of top part of her hair there. Above her hair, what do you see? Do you see those sticks or whatever you want to call them that are kind of protruding from her head? Two of them? These? Yeah, one is kind of moving from right to left, more horizontal. The other is a little more vertical, coming from the left side. Yes, sir. This is the crime scene photo of Abby's head with the little twigs. In looking at those, would you generally agree that at least one of those appears to have been placed there? Yes, sir. Specifically, the one that's moving from the right to the left. This one appears to be, since it looked like it's on top of the hair. Yes, sir. We've all caught onto this, but I want to make sure. Yeah. So you would agree with me generally that it appears that it either landed there or was placed there or ended up there at some point after she was there? Correct. Do these two sticks appear to be in the formation or loose formation of horns to you? I can't speak to that. I don't know. You mean like devil type horns? Yeah, antlers, anything like that. So, sir, I couldn't speak to that. Okay, let me hand you what's been marked as a defendant's exhibit D. Let me just purport to you that's a piece of artwork that was pulled offline as it relates to this odonistic culture. Do you see that there's some horns on the photograph? I do. I mean, I understand the photos I showed you previously aren't deer horns, but you see what I'm talking about? Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Are you seeing some similarities between these two circumstances? I can see where you can draw that conclusion, but again, I can't speak with any authority as to whether they're representative or not. So it's conceivable that somebody could draw that conclusion? Yes. Okay, let me hand you Defendant's Exhibit F. Take a look at that. What if I told you that this was an image that was taken from Brad Holder's Facebook at some point around the time of this crime? Do you see, is there anything that jumps out at you immediately about this photograph as it pertains to the circumstance that we're here today? This thing that strikes me most is that the leg is stuck up through the tree and the other one is trapped under it. Okay, so the kind of formation of the body, the position of the legs, a bit, yes. Okay, so that's the mimicked crime scene photo, okay, of two girls. Okay. Does the fact that the tree is part of the photo seem odd to you in any way? Not having been at the crime scene, I can't say for sure, but I would say it would not be what I would expect to find simply because of the position of the body in the tree. Okay, let me hand you Defendant's Exhibit J. One of those side-by-sides is a photo from the crime scene, one of the girls. The other one is obviously a portion taken from the exhibit I just handed you with the tree and the body. Do they look consistent? Yes, please explain again. The image on the right is really just slightly different, but it's the same image as F. Would you generally agree with that? Yes, sir. I'm telling you, the image is the image of one of the bodies that was found in this case, the Delphi case. If you look at those two side by side, are there any striking similarities? Left arm outstretched and bent slightly, and the trees put what appears to be after, post-mortem. So at least just in terms of body position, the upper portion of the bodies are similar, right? The way they're positioned, especially on the left arm, yes, sir. With regard to the sticks on one and the tree on the other, there's just some general similarities because there's log sticks laying on these people, right? True. So now if you looked at this, if you were part of this investigation, would that raise some concerns with you, knowing that one of the suspects had this on his web page, on his Facebook page? I believe so, yes, sir. Okay, now let's start to put that in context with all of these other exhibits we've looked at. Exhibits of the tree, exhibits of the runes, exhibits involving artwork, the horns, piecing all this together. Are these the type of things that would have caused you some real concern if you've been involved in this investigation? Does the totality of all these things concern you that there needs to be some further investigation if you were involved in this? I believe so, yes, sir. So if any of these things individually don't mean a lot, right? But when you start putting them together, the totality of them means quite a bit more, does it not? As it usually does in any investigation, yes, sir. I'm not a homicide investigator, but they would give me pause for concern to pursue these avenues. You also have common sense, right? Yep. Oh my God. Jerry Holman.
Bruh.
This is bullshit allowed.
This is bullshit alive, though.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Bruh. Somebody got some little sense of humor
Bruh.
here. Oh my God. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. All right. Well, I'm going to skip it some. We're going to start here. I've talked to Brian James too, and he was friends with Holder and Patrick Westfall. It's redacted. How convenient. How fucking convenient. Do you guys see that? Take it all in, guys. Take a moment to take it all in. Take a fucking moment to take it all in. Would you look at that? Excluded from public access per rules to access on court records. Question: have you ever heard the cranks complain about this? When have the cranks ever complained that this response to this question is completely and fully redacted? Again, what was the prior? Let's see. Okay, check it out. I've talked to Brian James too, says Rozzy. And he was friends with Holder and Patrick Westfall, says Rozzy. Is fully fucking redacted. Question and answer.
Bruh.
Well, apparently whatever's going on with these CIs in Indiana, apparently the public has no right to know, because whatever the question was about Brian James, Brad Holder, and Patrick Westfall, fully redacted by the clerk. Moving on. I'm not sure what that adds to it. I mean, I don't know of any way that Brian is implicated in this. I would say that obviously they do share some commonalities in their belief systems. And I don't think that Brian had anything to do with it either, says Rozzy. I'm going to hand you what was previously marked as S. That is Patrick Westfall, who is Brad Holder's friend. And there's reports that they had a falling out over something that happened in a forest by a river because of a problem with a ritual that went bad. Okay. Patrick Westfall, there's evidence in police reports or in regards to that we've been provided in discovery. Patrick Westfall, he and Holder were together, and then because of something happened in a ritual, they were no longer together. But at that time, they were together. And you saw the Abbey rune. You were really astute to notice that it had been cut off, or it looks like it had been cut off. Now, seeing that Patrick Westfall there cutting what looks to be, I think it's a tree branch into runes, and Holder's commenting that is another layer that would cause you to be curious enough to be like, do we need to look into this Brad Holder person? I think it would cause me to want to look into Westfall. Patrick Westfall, I would look into him. What he's doing here isn't particularly heinous. What they do is they'll cut like wafers off and then carve the rune in them and make a set of 18 or 24 or 16, whatever they want. But I think it bears investigation probably into both of them, at least to look at requisition, especially since they've had a falling out, perhaps re-interview. Sure, when you said both of them, you're referring to Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. That's correct. Would it be appropriate if there was enough evidence out there to support a search warrant? Would that be a wise thing to do to go to a judge? Because there's missing clothing that, might be from the crime scene that might have been excluded from what the fuck? Once again, what is up with this fully redacted page? Bruh. Fully fucking redacted page. Are you telling me they couldn't go in and redact the 2 or 3 words or the one sentence? Why are they redacting entire pages? Another redacted page. Immediately after the question, do you think we should get a search warrant because there might be clothing that was taken from the crime scene? Response, fully redacted page. Sure, it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing. And then we pick up on another page. Potentially a Hagal rune? Could be, yes, which is hail. Okay. All right, so they go through more. Okay, they go through more of the bullshit. I'm so sick of talking about fucking runes. Fuck the bullshit. Fuck the runes. Okay, down here at the bottom, last line. Have you ever heard of a guy named Johnny Messer? No, sir. Elvis Fields? I've heard someone mention Elvis, but I have no idea who Elvis Fields is. Rod Abrams? No, sir. Did you ever tell Purdy that you practiced Odinism? I haven't practiced it, but I know a lot about it. Oh, so now we know at the beginning portion why that was brought up. Apparently, he told Purdy he practiced Odinism. Okay. Did you ever like present to a larger group of people or say, hey, I'm familiar with some of this Odin stuff. I'm going to do a little presentation so you guys kind of know generally what it is? No, sir. Nobody ever asked. Do you know Trooper Kevin Murphy? I know who he is. He came through recruit school. I've never worked with him. Okay. Okay, I could be wrong, but I think in his deposition, he thought you had put a little talk on about Odin when he was there. Then he's mistaken. Okay. Would it be fair to say if there's anybody in the state police ranks throughout the state that knows about Odinism, that anyone knows more about Odinism than you do? Not that I'm aware of, sir. So could it be said that you're kind of the go-to Odin guy in the state police? I don't know. I'd phrase it that way. Anytime there were runes specifically that were brought up in a case or needed to be identified from a tattoo or something, usually they brought it to my desk. All right. Did you ever hang out with this cast of characters anywhere else other than at the State House? I don't know if I asked you that. Didn't you say you went to a barbecue? I've been to a couple of events where Brian James and his people, his followers, were there. But they've all been at large public gatherings like Second Amendment rally at the State House. I don't recall any off-site or other venues that I had any interaction with him. It used to be easy to keep track of them. They were on social media constantly. Do you think there's a reason why they're not? I have no idea, sir. I mean, they were drawing too much attention at one point. Is that the impression you got? No idea. They were there one day and they were gone the next. And it wasn't just Brian James. It was across the board. Do you know what time frame this occurred? Probably around 2020, maybe a little before. But they used to have videos up of them boxing in the park, all kind of things, and they're all gone. Okay. So is he revealing to us that in like 2019, 2020, Brian James and all his crew wiped the internet of their presence? Is that the general vibe I'm getting? That 2019, 2020. What happened in 2019 or 2020 that would have caused them all to wipe the internet of their presence? Okay. Let's continue. We're going to go and skip over the McClellan gaslight. Okay. Because Christian, look, McClellan comes in and says, Trooper Portwood, have you done any formal training in Odinism besides the Google searches? Oh, Trooper Portwood. Are we talking about Trooper Anthony Portwood now? Why is this clerk redacting entire pages of shit that would probably matter, but doxing the identity of the undercover trooper? Uh, trying to go to the okay, look here. So how many times have you been down when you interacted with Brian James? Was it just Brian James or several people? I've spoken to him directly in a covert capacity, but most of the time it was a lot of other people around. How many times do you think you did that? 3 that I can recall, sir. Okay. If I misheard, correct me, but you never went to any of the events at his house or anything like that? I did not, sir. Okay. They also ask, does your office specialize in these clandestine events? Okay. I want to go to the beginning just to give you another profile of this gentlemen, okay? Um, hearing from. The person we were hearing from has been employed with the state police 37 years. Okay. His current rank is Master Trooper Detective. He's a field intelligence officer. So he's asked, what does that mean? And here is his description of his day-to-day assignment. It means that I am responsible for gathering, cultivating, and signing up new informants or confidential human sources. Boo, 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 boo. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I am responsible for cultivating, signing up, and gathering new CIs. This is your head of informants for the Indiana State Police, is what I would say. Okay? Cultivating, gathering, and signing up new informants, confidential human sources. Well, interesting. Interesting, because isn't that who aren't those the people who terrorize us constantly from the first day we step onto this case to cover the Delphi murders? Aren't we terrorized by informants? When you say informants, are you mostly talking about things involving the drug trade? And he clarifies, not necessarily. Okay, so do you work with informants of all types? Yes, sir. Give me some other examples so I have some context. Patriot groups that might be outside the realm of legal activities, biker gangs, things like that. There has to be a criminal nexus to some type before we can gather intelligence on an individual or group, but we don't just stick to drug enforcement. Okay, so here you have a guy that is responsible for cultivating, gathering intelligence, recruiting new, signing up new informants. This is your informant handler for the biker gangs, the meth trade, the hate groups. Okay. Okay. Now we know who we were talking to, right? Now we know who we were talking to. Now, consider that as your first step, okay? Because that's just the first thread to pull on. Yeah, he's been totally doxxed by the clerk of court here, so he's no more good at that. He's got to be doing something else now, but regardless, we'll move on. Look, deposition of Kevin Murphy, okay? Kevin Murphy, what are you doing for a living? I'm a sergeant at a police department on Lake Michigan called Beverly Shores. It's right next to Michigan City. Woo-wee, baby. Kevin Murphy, Sergeant Kevin Murphy, sergeant at a police department called Beverly Shores. Well, now we know what that was about, okay? You were in the state police, right? June of 95 to July of 21. Excluded from public access. Okay. Excluded from public access again. What are they talking about here? Yeah. And I came down around the 17th or 18th of February, so it would have been a couple days after the girls were killed. How was it decided? Kevin Hammond and Tony Liggett were in charge of processing all tips. They called them leads. And every day they just went out and followed the leads, these tips. Okay. Seems to me you were kind of one of the main guys on what I would call the Odin investigation into the Odin angle at the crime scene. I was part of that, yes. Who else investigated that? Roland Purdy, who I believe is still a state trooper. And then we had a sergeant out of Indianapolis, Tony Portwood. Tony Portwood. That was a guy we were just hearing from. Okay. He's the undercover trooper. He was the official of what Odinism is. Might be a member. He was very familiar with it. He came down to the command center, which is the old NIPSCO building, and gave a presentation just on Odinism because I didn't know what it was. Tony Portwood? Portwood, yes. Okay, that's a new name. Anthony Portwood, State Police. He's actually a state police. I believe he's still with department, sir. Okay, you said he might be an Odinist? Yes. And what did he say about Odinism? What kind of things did you learn? He talked about aspect of it being somewhat informal religion or informal faith. And I had read about it, but didn't really understand it. It seemed to me to border on almost a satanic type of worshiping, sacrificing, but I couldn't really wrap my mind around it, what it was or how it was applied to anything we were doing. Did he talk about runes? No. Okay. So runes, symbols. Why was Odinism even originally thought to be in play based on the crime scene? Something to do with how the girls were left after they were deceased. Like, what do you mean specifically? Something involving sticks, how sticks were configured there, either on them or around them. Did you ever look at crime scene photos? Yes, we were all shown the crime scene photos. Okay, and there was also something on a tree. Remember that? Yes. There was a shape or some sign of sort. It's been 3 years. I can't recall what was specifically. Now, funny, another section is redacted. It says line 22, discussion off the record. Boy, they have redacted the shit out of this. All right. So Baldwin comes and says, I'm going to hand you Exhibit D. Redacted. Totally fucking redacted. Oh, suddenly we got a page. Look at here. We got a page. It's going to be every other page. Okay, so he says, who was giving you your marching orders? Okay. So he says, primarily Jay Harper and Jerry Holman. And then Tony Liggett, Kevin Hammond. Okay, Jay Harper, Jerry Holman, Tony Liggett, Kevin Hammond. Do you know any of these people before you started working this? Yes, sir. Which ones? The two troopers, Jerry Holman and Jay Harper. Okay. Then he asks some regular bullshit questions. And he says, I worked almost entirely on my own. And I was paired up with 3 people. Melinda Garcia, who's now a corporal at State Police Lowell. We went out on multiple leads together. And then Roland Purdy, who was out of Fort Wayne Post. And a Terre Haute FBI task force member who is deceased, actually killed the day I retired. That's Greg Ferenczi. Whoa, killed the day I was retired. Give me a fucking break.
Bruh.
Who else put together that Greg Ferenczi is killed the literal day that Kevin Murphy retires? Almost as if someone knew Kevin Murphy is retiring today. Let's end Ferenczi. I mean, do you think it's a possibility? It's a possibility. Kevin Murphy retires today. We better go end Ferenczi. He said, I'm going to cut to the end of the book here. Whatever became of the Odinism aspect of the crime? How did it end? I would say it just went away. It stopped being looked at. Did you think it should be continued to be looked at? Because I wasn't here from the onset of the investigation, I didn't know if we should keep running with it or not, and I wasn't part of Unified Command. So as you said earlier, I kind of took my marching orders and just did what I was told and went where I was needed. Did Tony Liggett at some point in time say you don't need to investigate the Odinism angle anymore? I don't remember that. Did anybody from Unified Command ever tell you you're kind of done working on the Odinism angle? I can't remember that. Do you feel like you were able to follow through on all the leads you needed to follow through on? No. We had a couple of leads where we would get a sample from people and it was kind of like we were done. And I felt like sometimes there were a lot more questions to be asked, a lot more time matchups. It seemed like I spent a ton of time out at this Indiana Packers, the hog plant, and we simply went in there and we're pulling people off production line of this production factory. And it seemed like we just didn't get a whole lot of time with those people when we were talking to them. Oh, so you take a lot of swabs and then you don't have time to actually investigate and it's all pulled off. You retire, Ferenczi's murdered, buck stops here, train ends. What about related to Elvis Fields? Did you feel like he was fully investigated? Elvis Fields feel like an absolute train wreck. And what I mean by that is questioning the reliability of where this information was coming from. It was actually disturbing to me how it's very far away. Greg Ferenczi and I made multiple trips down to Rushville, and I could talk for hours about how frustrating it was. Specifically, his sister, Mary Jacobs. And I remember the first time that Roland Purdy and I went to go see her, and I don't believe Greg Ferenczi was there, and I saw her in the house, prescription bottles of psych meds all over the place, and I know that psych meds are because my wife's a nurse. And I saw all those different kind of medications, and I thought, how reliable is anything she's going to tell us being with I'm seeing here in this room? But it doesn't necessarily mean that she was being untruthful. Correct. Was there anything she said to you? I know she was polygraphed at some point. Yes, sir. Who else was there at the polygraph? Roland Purdy and the examiner, who's now deceased, Stephanie Thompson.
Bruh.
Stephanie Thompson. What are the odds that two people tied in this small handful of investigators would be simultaneously murdered? Roland Purdy and Stephanie Thompson. She did this examination. And Mary Jacobs passed the examination, didn't she? I didn't understand whether she passed it or didn't see any patterns of untruthfulness. Okay, the things that Mary Jacobs said in that polygraph exam, is that also fertile ground of information that you could take and look at? Yes. Did you take a look at the things that Mary Jacobs said in the polygraph? Yes, I believe we watched it. Was there anything that Mary Jacobs said in the polygraph that caused you to think, oh, there's some interesting information here about Elvis that Elvis told her? Yes. What was that? She's very specific. I want to protect my little brother. I don't want to reveal or divulge anything, but I've got to come clean and tell you everything that he said to me and everything that happened. I know when I read the report on that, it said, the polygraph examination report said that Mary wrote down a lot of stuff in the pre-interview. And then basically the relevant question at the end was, is everything that you wrote down true? Right. It was in a journal. I remember the journal specifically. It was a black, like Franklin Planner journal that you would keep, or a diary. Did Mary actually write down for Stephanie Thompson information on that day of the polygraph as well? I don't remember. But also Stephanie would be asking Mary Jacob questions during the pre-interview, I'd be presuming. Yes. And it seems like it was a pretty long examination. I think I saw 2 hours or more. It was. And it was videotaped? Yes. And do you know where that videotape is? The state police has it. It's called the State Police Repository Lab in Indianapolis. They have a copy of it. We retained those for years. Oh, you don't say. You don't say. Interesting. Okay. Let's move on to the document. Are you familiar with this document? From looking at them now and refreshing my memory, these are field notes that were typed into a simple Word document on my state police laptop. So at the end of every day, I would type these notes up. So are all these notes from you? You believe? I do believe. They're all mine. So I wanted to ask you some questions. There's a story on page 9 that Amber Holder talks about. I'll just read it off page 9. Amber Holder stated that Brad spoke of Patrick Westfall one time when he was intoxicated, and he said that he and Patrick got into a fight and they no longer spoke to each other. He told her that he and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. Do you remember that? Yes. Are you the one that interviewed Amber Holder on that? Yes. If I put it in a report, it wasn't hearsay. It was directly from her to me. Now, it seems to be a pretty big deal to me when I hear that. Do you think that was a pretty big deal to hear? I did. What did you do to follow up on that, if anything? I went back and presented this to the command team, the incident command team. Who would that have been that you presented that to? Primarily Jay Harper. There were times when Kevin would be gone, Tony would be gone, they had vacations, Jerry Holman would be gone. And through all of that, I was there quite frequently with just Jay Harper. So you're saying maybe Jay Harper is what you're saying? Yes. Do you have a specific memory of telling the Amber story to Central Command people? Yes. Who specifically do you remember telling that to? To Jay Harper. Was there anybody else? Redacted. Boo, 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 boo. You see what I mean about what they don't want you to know about? Why would that be redacted? So, what are we talking about? Who else did you tell the Amber Holder story to? Redacted. Okay. And another page. Redacted. Right? 2 pages. Now we're suddenly in the midst of an entirely separate conversation. Okay, he says you talked to Elvis at the Rushville PD. Yes. Unfortunately, I do. Why is that? May I speak freely? Sure. He pissed me off. Why did he piss you off? Like he was playing a game with us. Elvis, I thought about this on the way down if I was asked about him. He has a mental capacity of maybe a 7 or 8-year-old. From the history of talking to Mary, very abused as a child. I don't know if he went past 8th grade in school. And he thinks all of this is a joke. And I don't take murder as a joke, particularly 2 girls from Delphi here. That was videotaped too? Right. Yes, video and audio. Do you know where that videotape is? Yes, at the Rushville Police Department. Rushville has it? Yes. Every single time we talked to anybody in Rushville, it was in an interview room on audio and video camera. And did you ask Rushville to keep this for future use? Yes. Did you take it and give it to the central repository? On some of those interviews, CDs were burned and they were turned in to the state police. Do you know which ones? Like the one with Elvis? That one, yes. It would have been taken to the Lafayette State Police Post to the evidence clerk. And do you think Rushville also has it? Yes, they have it too. Okay, good. Of course, I was very intrigued. Elvis, you drop him off and he turns around and he asks you if his spit is found on one of the girls, can he explain it, would he be in trouble? Yes, I remember dropping him off at his trailer. He moved into a new trailer that Ned Smith had put him in. That's his paving boss. And when he said that to me, I almost fell out of my car. And what did you do to follow up on that? Well, immediately I took it into command and wrote up. I'm pretty sure I wrote up a more thorough long-term report than all these field notes. All we have are these field notes. Do you have, I'm not blaming you for that, but there's a lot of discovery out there, and we're just trying to figure out what might exist out there. Do you think there's a longer, more official-looking document? Yes, sir. Okay, so I remember there's probably what you have written down in Exhibit G. There might be more official documentation somewhere. Yes. So this business that Elvis said, if his spit is found on one of the girls, he could explain it. Who did you tell that to? I immediately called Jay Harper and discussed it at command, and it sparked enough interest that all of us went down there one day together. All of us. 8 of us all went down there and caravan together and talked to Elvis Fields and talked to Ned Smith, his paving boss. At some point in time, even his sister Joyce, a different sister, not Mary Jacobs, but Joyce Moffett. Do you remember? A little bit. That name I remember. She confirmed that Elvis told her he had spit on a girl. Do you remember that? I do. Did that get reported to Central Unified Command? Yes. Is it fair to say that everything in Exhibit G was reported to Unified Command? Every bit of it, sir. Would that simply be Harper, or would it sometimes be other people? Most of all the time, I reported directly to Jay Harper. What's your understanding that, or is it your understanding that Harper would find important stuff he would pass to Liggett? Yes. And anything that Harper found important that you sent to Harper or talked to Harper would be sent on to Holman? Yes, sir. All right, so you guys getting a vibe for this now? Are you guys getting a vibe for Kevin Murphy now? I mean, I'm getting a vibe. I'm getting a vibe on Kevin Murphy. I'm getting his vibe here. Seems like the most honest one out of all of them so far. Okay. I'm getting a vibe. Okay, now we're going to go on to Johnny Messer. Johnny Messer. He's an interesting character, don't you think? Do you ever talk to Johnny Messer? Shakes head. Well, you interviewed Taylor Hornady, Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend. Okay, does that ring a bell? It does. Did you ever talk to Johnny Messer? I remember going by a dilapidated house, and he wouldn't let us come in. I'm pretty sure I would have been there with Greg Ferenczi, and I do now remember talking to Johnny Messer. Now, did you find it interesting that Messer was from Rushville, but he also knew Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder? Yes. Was that interesting? Well, the crime occurred here in Delphi. Delphi proximity where Westfall and Holder live, and here's this guy in Rushville. I just thought it was a bizarre coincidence. It is a bizarre coincidence. Did you tell that bizarre coincidence of Johnny Messer from Rushville, who's also friends with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall? Did you tell all that to Unify Command? Yes. And would that mean Harper, Jay Harper? And would you expect Jay Harper to tell that to the rest of Unify Command? I would. Liggett and Holman and Kevin Hammond, yes. What were your makings of Taylor Hornady? What do you think of her? I can't remember her offhand. She's on the bottom of page 4. See if that rings a bell. She said that Messer told her he had done horrible things and should be in prison. Does that ring a bell? It does. She states that all the Vinlanders were into Odinism. Holder and Westfall talking about making their own weapons in the form of knives and hammers. That he had borrowed her vehicle and went up there to hang out with the Vinlanders. Do you remember that? Yes. Your understanding is up there is Delphi? Yes, specifically. Boom! Because you see, McClellan tried to play this gaslighting game and say that up there could also mean Lafayette or something, or Indianapolis. Okay? So whenever you hear that allegation that he never said that up there meant Delphi, I want you to look at this particular line here, which is 18 to 19. Okay, lines 18 to 19. Your understanding is up there is Delphi. And the response of Kevin Murphy is yes, specifically. So, in other words, he went up there to Delphi specifically to hang out with the Vinlanders specifically when he borrowed her vehicle specifically. And what Taylor told you is around Valentine's Day of 2017, Johnny Messer, my boyfriend, borrowed my vehicle and went up to Delphi to hang out with his Vinlander Odinist buddies and came back down sometimes afterwards, and there was blood on my car. Does that sound right? Yes. Okay. And what did you do with this? The same thing I've done with any of these incidents. I was here enough of the time that every single morning I was here, I reported my findings from the previous day. I mean, that's a pretty big deal to have blood on a car hanging out with Brad Holder and Westfall on the day of the murders, don't you think? Yes. Out of all these things I've talked about Amber Holder talking about what happened, why Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder are no longer friends, something about a ritual in the woods, the blood on Taylor Hornady's car that Johnny Messer had used when he was in Delphi on Valentine's Day of 2017, and that Brad Holder said, redacted. Oh my God. A whole other fucking page completely redacted. And another entire page completely redacted. And suddenly, Westfall, but one of them is a giant, like he's a Viking, like he's a true, like Odinist type guy or something. And I don't remember ever getting to talk to either one of them. Are you satisfied that, oh my God, line number 6, discussion off the record, i.e., completely redacted. Do, 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 do. Guys, do you actually think that we have the record here? The record? When we have 2 completely off the record discussions in this deposition alone, plus we're already about a handful of pages. But sure, everything's normal here. Then Baldwin comes. As you sit there right now, based on your investigation into the Odinist angle, what was going on at the crime scene, do you feel satisfied that it was fully investigated, meaning Elvis, Patrick Westfall, and Brad Holder? Yes. Do you think they had anything to do with this? I can't say yes or no. I'd be speculating. Okay. Do you know what was done in terms of investigation from Unified Command once you reported your findings from your investigation? Do you know what they did in return to follow up on whatever information you provided? I believe we did documentation through our state police RMS reporting system. Was there ever a search warrant for Johnny Messer? I don't remember. Was there ever a search warrant for Brad Holder? I don't remember. Was there ever a search warrant for Patrick Westfall? I do not. Do you think it would have been a good idea for Unified Command to ask for a search warrant for those folks based upon what is contained in that 12-page document identified as Exhibit G? If there's enough evidence to substantiate a judge doing a search warrant, yes. I don't know if it would fit the parameters for that. Do you know about the Richard Allen side of the investigation? I know nothing. I've heard the name, read about it, just sparked my interest. Okay. So I'm going to skip because the rest is redacted. You see that? Here we go. In terms of Richard Allen, completely redacted. Okay. And I'm going to skip some of this because they talk about the blood, Libby's blood on the tree. Okay. And they go into Elvis's alibi and Brad's alibi. They go into Mary Jacobs. More redactions. And another page of redactions. All right. What about the FBI talking to anybody from the FBI about this particular organization? Yes. Who was that? Early on, like day 2 or 3 of the Delphi investigation. I don't remember the guy's name, but he was head of the FBI office in Merrillville when his team was here. And I heard about it in whispers. We found these sticks at the scene and they were covered on top of the girls. The FBI was really focused on it and actually had people out in Virginia that specialize in what these sticks mean. Were you a party to any conversations with those people in Virginia? No. What about U.S. Marshals? I was on their task force for 9 years prior to going to the FBI, says Kevin Murphy. And they were only here as a task force briefly, first week or two, and they all disappeared. Just to make sure I understand your answer, were you a party to any information exchanges with the U.S. Marshals involving Odinism? Nope. Anyone else other than the individual in Indianapolis, Tony Portwood? Yeah, some of those whispers with the FBI? Yes. That's the only 2 times you were involved in any information exchange regarding Odinism? Yes. You mentioned Brad Holder and that his people or some people communicated to you that he might be dangerous. Is that a fair summary of what you said? Brad Holder and Westfall. Westfall being the big guy. Do you believe Brad Holder is a dangerous man? To me, no. Well, to society. Well, I've got a daughter and a wife, and if they were walking alone and he was in their proximity, I'd have a problem with it. I have a daughter, says Baldwin, 3 daughters and a wife. Is that something I should be concerned about? If they were in the area, woo, woo. If he lives in my town, I'd be keeping tabs on him at the very least. Somebody that's got a propensity for violence. What about Westfall? Same questions. Yes, if not more so. Baldwin says, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm very nervous about raising this all up, talking about Holder and Westfall. Very nervous about talking about Holder and Westfall and Odinism, knowing what I see there with these photographs and images. Do you think I should be worried down in Indianapolis if these guys catch wind that I'm questioning whether they're involved in this murder? I don't know their histories or criminal histories. Like, are they involved in petty theft, burglaries, violence? But sometimes people are posers, so they want you to think they're tough, but maybe they're not. And I kind of gathered that when I walked away with the Vinlanders, because what evidence is there that any of them have been involved? I don't want to say horrific, but physical crimes. My whole belief is different now than what it was even 5 years ago when I was with state police, because the guy that drove me here, my son, because I work midnights, we've changed our whole thought process on law enforcement. My family, that you've got to do what you can to protect yourself. So we train constantly. We all know what happened with the George Floyd case, and our whole force continuums have changed. I just turned 60. So I might be in a little town, but I'm patrolling myself, and I'm patrolling right next to a police station. So my 360 is always, unfortunately. Maybe with your family member too. Mr. Rozzi says, I live in the same town as Brad Holder, not entirely all far from here. So it's something where I probably should take some extra precautions if this becomes public. I've always thought about, I went to Butler, I majored in journalism. Often there's a prerequisite for law school. And I think if I'm a lawyer in private practice, based on the kind of casework I do, I'm just always going out like a cop off duty, just like protecting myself, protecting my family. I'm not going to walk around in a state of paranoia. But this is different. This is no different, says Rozzi. Yes. Should I have a heightened sense of security? I don't know these people, so should I have a heightened sense of awareness? I never really heard anything about them after that. It seemed like everything they did was kind of restricted within their little group. Okay, once this gets made public, I think where our concern is that Holder hears that, saying he might be involved or Westfall. Most people think when they get accused of something like that, they go into fight or flight. I'm not going to say they're going to run away, but they're going to be more inclined to, hey, it's not me. What you've shown me and the way they post things they post, that's difficult to explain. But most of this I've not ever seen before. Okay. Okay. So he says Greg Ferenczi was killed as I walked out of the Capitol building in Indianapolis to retire. So that was pretty traumatizing for me. What? What? Greg was killed simultaneously as you're walking out of the Capitol building to retire? Well, and that's what we got from him. Now, we're going to very quickly, because that was the deposition, we're going to very quickly go through his testimony at the 3-day hearings. So he gives some of his background. He talks about how he worked at Valpo Community Schools, Valpo University, and did other security, court security in Valpo. Then he says he was state police, June of 95 to July of 21. And he's now a police officer in Beverly Shores. He talks about how they worked out of the sub office in Maryville for the Joint Terrorism Task Force of the FBI. Okay. He says early on, he'd work at the Delphi Town Hall upstairs, sometimes hundreds of officers. He says this information he was being given was from Unified Command, Holman, Liggett, Kevin Hammond, depending on the day. He says he often went out also with Lieutenant Chad Larsh, okay, who was one of his SWAT team co-worker members. He says his entire tenure working on the Delphi murders was from February of 2017 to October of 2019. And let's see, any new information in this testimony? He says throughout the process, I met with prosecutor Nicholas McClelland. He said something to the effect of, if it's got legs, run with it. Okay. Roland Purdy and I eventually made arrangements to take Mary Jacobs in for a polygraph. Okay. He says, and the results of the polygraph continue to cause you to continue or stop. And judge, objection, this is not admissible. And he freaks out. He don't want to talk about the polygraph of Mary Jacobs, right? And then he says, due to the nature of Rushville being where it is, we developed a liaison who was Assistant Chief Todd Click. Okay. He said mainly Greg Ferenczi did the social media aspects of the case and the larger part of what was going on in Delphi. And the Rushville end was handled by Todd Click. And it came upon me that my entire focus was Elvis Fields. We talked to him a couple times. I remember Lieutenant Jerry Holman I did some sort of interview that was recorded and documented with Elvis Fields. Okay, then he talks about the spitting. We're going to continue that. He said, I might have called Steve Mullen, but I'm positive my first call was to Jay Harper. He said, I made a mistake. I should have thought about what I just heard, even though I followed command and followed the chain. I should have just said, Elvis, let's go get some food. Let's go get some food. Let's go back to the PD. Let's talk. I should have opened that up further, and I didn't, because it just didn't seem like without the support but the resources of another officer that it'd be something I should have done. And I thought we could at least revisit immediately in the next couple days. Okay, so it sounds like you have regrets about that. I do. Well, what happened then? Well, I undocumented my entire day. I typed my typical Word document, put it in the supplement. I might have emphasized it or highlighted his exact words. Okay. Then he says, what type of time frame is this document that you put together? He said it took a couple weeks. Okay. This started on January 2018, the first time I met Mary Fields. And this included several months of documentation. So then he says, it was several months? He says, yes. He says, well, look, just tell the court, we're trying to establish whether there's links between the murders in this case and Rushville, people from Rushville. Can you tell what links, if any, did you, Ferenczi, and Click, and anybody else that you link Elvis Fields and others perhaps to Delphi? He says Elvis Fields and his roommate Rod Abrams, as well as a subject down in Rushville, Johnny Messer, who's somewhat of a Vinlander wannabe recruiter, and then up this way in Delphi, Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder became like our five that were the pieces that put all the puzzle together. Elvis Fields, Rod Abrams, Johnny Messer, Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder. Okay. They go into the runes again. We'll skip that because we've already gone into that. Of course, McClellan is constantly objecting. You see, object constantly. A lot of this you guys already know about the bullshit with this story, but okay. So now I want to look at what's called the affidavit of Todd Click, which is essentially a summary. Okay, it's essentially a summary. So we'll just rush through this really quickly so that you guys get an idea, because this was not covered in the prior episode, and this is our part 2. So I want to be comprehensive and cover this affidavit of Todd Click, which sort of summarizes everything. He says, I'm 50-year-old male, currently living in Rushville. I was employed with the Rushville PD beginning February of 2001. I served Assistant Chief of Police January 2012 to December 31st, 2019. I retired December 31st, 2021. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with an emphasis in forensic psychology. June of 2018, I was approached by Detective Greg Ferenczi and Detective Kevin Murphy regarding the Delphi murders. Both Detective Ferenczi and Detective Murphy were interested in communicating with individuals in the Rushville area they believe may have been involved in the murders. During briefings with Detective Ferenczi, I was told that the Behavioral Analysis Unit of the FBI determined that individuals responsible for the homicides were involved in Nordic beliefs. Detective Ferenczi informed me that there was a group of individuals called Vinlanders that practiced Odinism and Viking-like beliefs that resided in the Rushville area. Detective Ferenczi further informed me that the Vinlanders formed after a breakup of a white supremacy group called the Outlaw Hammerskins. I was aware of the Outlaw Hammerskins as they used to operate in the Carthage, Indiana area, which is near Rushville. During the course of my investigation, I spent dozens and dozens of hours reviewing documentation, communicating with our team associated with the Delphi investigation, and interviewing numerous witnesses in an attempt to determine whether or not certain individuals in the Delphi area were associated with these crimes. During the course of my investigation, my primary focus was on the following individuals: Elvis Fields, Rod Abrams, Johnny Messer, all of Rushville, Patrick Westfall, and Brad Holder of Delphi and Logansport. To the best of my knowledge, Detective Ferenczi was processing his reports and other information through an FBI database. In contrast, Detective Murphy was processing his information and documentation through the Indiana State Police database. I was processing my information and reports through the Spillman database used by the Rushville Police Department. I recall being frustrated with the lack of continuity between the FBI database and the Indiana State Police database because the two databases were not interfaced, and therefore the flow of information was inefficient and unreliable. I also recall being frustrated because we, as police officers, were not allowed to take any material investigative actions without first reaching up the chain of command and getting the permission of unified command. Myself, Detective Murphy, and Detective Ferenczi became aware of statements made by suspect Elvis Fields that contained information that was unique to the crime scene, not shared with the public, and therefore of interest to the investigators. Some of these statements were made to relatives of Elvis Fields, as well as a particularly troubling statement made to Detective Kevin Murphy, in which Elvis Fields mentioned the possibility of law enforcement authorities finding his spit on one of the girls. During the investigation, I interviewed on more than one occasion Ned Smith. Ned Smith was a very close friend of Elvis Fields. Ned Smith was aware that our team believed that Elvis Fields may have been involved in the Delphi murders. Ned Smith attempted to protect Elvis Fields, even to the point of informing me that he had retained an attorney for Elvis Fields. During one interview in my office, Ned Smith informed me that he had spoken to Elvis Fields about the murders and that he was not going to share with me what Elvis Fields had told him. He further commented to me that it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. I understood this comment to mean that Elvis Fields had confided in Ned Smith incriminating facts about the Delphi murders, but that it was my job to try and convince Elvis Fields to come forward and be truthful. During the investigation, our team was able to connect Johnny Messer and Elvis Fields. We were also able to establish a connection between Johnny Messer, Patrick Westphal, and Brad Holder. The common connection between the parties was their affiliation with the Vinlanders and their odinistic practices. During the course of our investigation, we decided to seek permission from Unified Command to obtain a search warrant from the home or for the home of Elvis Fields and his sister Joyce Moffett, based on some of the incriminating statements made by Elvis Fields previously referenced in this affidavit. I was told by Detective Ferenczi that he would make this request on Unified Command. I never received any further information or response from Detective Ferenczi or anyone else regarding the status of our request for a search warrant. In approximately July or August of 2019, I received a phone call from Detective Murphy. During the phone call, we discussed the fact that the Unified Command had obtained cold case experts from Pennsylvania to take another look at the investigation. I was informed that said experts recommended that additional resources be directed to the Rushville component of the investigation, but that Unified Command had chosen not to follow their recommendations. After this occurred, I am unaware of any other efforts directed towards the Rushville side of the investigation. Despite this, I continued to work on the investigation as it related to the relationship between Elvis Fields, Patrick Westphal, and Brad Holder. However, I heard nothing further from Unified Command until charges were filed against Richard Allen in October of 2022. Upon reviewing the probable cause affidavit supporting Richard Allen's arrest, it became immediately clear to me that the information contained in the affidavit pointing toward Richard Allen's guilt was far less compelling than the totality of the information that Detective Ferenczi, Detective Murphy, and myself had accumulated during the Rushville portion of the investigation. I also noticed that there was absolutely no reference to any of the individuals that our team had investigated, nor any association between the odinistic evidence that seemed to tie the crime scene to the behaviors and actions of the Vinlanders. This revelation was shocking to me. I then decided to seek private counsel to determine how I could best communicate my information to the Carroll County prosecutor, knowing that the high-profile nature of this case could likely lead to some unforeseen legal recourse. Ultimately, I signed a one-page letter drafted by me and my attorney and directed the letter to Nicholas McClelland on or about April 23rd, 2023, via certified mail, confirming to Prosecutor McClelland that I was involved in this investigation and to further confirm that Prosecutor McClelland was aware of the investigative materials that I had generated in this case. My goal in reaching out to Prosecutor McClelland was to ensure that the prosecution was aware of the information our investigative team had gathered, which I believe was of greater weight and relevance than the information referenced in the affidavit for probable cause supporting the search warrant for Richard Allen's house or home. Upon directing the letter to Mr. McClelland, I heard nothing from the prosecutor's office or any other members of the Unified Command until I received phone calls on August 23rd and August 25th, 2023, which involved brief discussions regarding scheduling. During these phone calls, it was requested that I meet with Trooper Jerry Doughboy Holman during the week of September 4th, 2023. I was informed that law enforcement officials intended to sit down with me and discuss with me the reason why Richard Allen was responsible for these crimes. I was told Jerry Holman wanted to put my mind at ease. However, during the meeting with Detective Jerry Holman and a second detective whose name I am unfamiliar with, there was no discussion or offerings as to why they believed Richard Allen was guilty of the charged crimes. I believe the interview was an attempt by them to clean up their loose ends, knowing that they had given very little, if any, attention to the investigative efforts of myself, Detective Ferenczi, and Detective Murphy. It is also true that along with my April 23rd, 2023 letter, I prepared a 3-page document summarizing our investigative team's general beliefs about what happened to the girls on the day in question. The summary is a compilation of ideas, conversations, and conclusions drawn by myself, Detective Murphy, and Detective Ferenczi during our work on this case. And to date, I have only been interviewed one time by members of Unified Command, which occurred on August 30th, 2023, by troopers Jerry Holman and David Vito, but was not specifically questioned about the summary I provided or the other contents in my investigative file, which contained approximately 87 pages of Rushville Police Department police reports, as well as hours upon hours of video interviews, audio interviews, photographs, materials extracted from social media, and other evidentiary material. Further, the affiant saith not, dated this 13th day of September, 2023.
Bruh.
Does that sound serious to you? Does that sound serious? Or does that sound like a dirty, incompetent, lying cop? Remember, I said in the previous episode Within months of this affidavit, Todd Click was targeted by Nicholas McClellan and Jerry Holman, possibly with the assistance of Kathy Shank. They initiated an investigation into his employment with the DCS and his entire tenure at the Rushville Police Department. They trumped up enough charges to arrest him a week before the trial of Richard Allen started. Now we're going to continue with the redirect examination of Todd Click at these 3-day hearings, which also was not covered in the previous episode in the interest of comprehensiveness. They start on a very pertinent point here. Did you ever interview Taylor Hornady? Yes, I did. Was there any significance about her testimony or her statement related to this crime? What was the substance of the interview related to Johnny Messer and anything to do with his involvement in Delphi, if any? It was mainly our testimony through the interview with Taylor Hornady. We were basically able to learn a better timeline of Johnny's involvement with the Vinlander group. And we were able to determine some other crimes that Mr. Messer had been involved in. Were you part of an interview where she talked about Johnny being up there in Delphi specifically during February 13th and 14th of 2017? Yeah. Taylor did indicate that she believed Johnny Messer was up in Delphi around Valentine's Day of 2017. Did she talk about the condition of her vehicle when she came back? She said there was some type of red substance that was found on the side of her vehicle that she believed was blood. She originally thought he may have struck a possum or something along those lines. But that was after she had been up visiting Brad Holder. After she thought he had been up visiting Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal in Delphi the weekend the girls, or the days the girls were killed. That's correct. No other questions? Then Dickless McClellan comes in and says, so she didn't say up there in Delphi. She said up there. That's the word she used, yes. And I think she clarified later, up there just meant Indianapolis. Is that correct? Johnny did use terms for Indianapolis up there, but he also used the term up there for Delphi. Yeah, but you remember what I just showed you? That Taylor specifically said that when she said up there, it meant Delphi specifically. So you see how McClellan is trying to confuse the judge here? And do you know whether or not Hornady's vehicle and the spot she talked about was processed by crime scene techs? Yes, it was. And was it? Yes, it was. And was it blood on the vehicle? I never found out the result of the crime scene techs. Okay, no other questions, Judge. Okay. All right, so now we're going to look at the deposition of Taylor Hornady. This is from April 19th, 2024. We're going to be quick, though. This is very long. We're going to go through it quickly. We're going to get to the meat and potatoes, I guess. Okay. Tell me a little about yourself. What's your name? Taylor Scott. Okay, before that, you were Taylor Hornady. And before that, Taylor Wright. Okay, Taylor Scott, Taylor Hornady, Taylor Wright. And when you were in high school, Taylor Wright? Yes. How many times have you been married then? Twice. Okay. Well, before talking about that, somebody was in here saying I'm Johnny's wife. Who is that? Johnny's current wife, Carrie Messer. Why is she here? Just to support me. I mean, in my experience, that's a little bit odd, you know. Well, Johnny got his own deposition because we have a son together. Me and Johnny do. And so when I said, I just got one, she said, I can go with you if you want to feel more comfortable. Because we all get along and co-parent very well. All right. Have you talked to police about Johnny Messer and potentially being related to the Delphi murders? 3 times, maybe. It was all starting with Todd Clicked, who jumped on us and made it very clear that he wants Mark Wahlberg to play him in the movie when all of this is said and done. Where did you hear that? From Todd Click. You heard it when he was interviewing you back in the day? Yes. Were your interviews recorded? To my knowledge, yes, they were. They were in a police station in a little room where Ferenczi and Murphy came in. So you remember their names too, Ferenczi and Murphy? Absolutely. Good. This will be a lot easier then. Tell me about the first time, who was involved in the interview? I believe the whole Delphi thing, when it started, Murphy and Ferenczi were involved straight out the gate. Okay, the first time you talked to anybody about Johnny Messer and Delphi was Ferenczi and Murphy. Is that your memory? Pretty sure. Okay. You're doing great. Just the fact that you remember their names is impressive, honestly. Second time, you remember who was involved? I think there were 3 times, and 2 of the 3 times they were there. So to pinpoint the order, yeah. So 2 of the 3 times you talked to law enforcement, Murphy and Ferenczi was there. Is that what you're saying? Murphy was there 1 time. Ferenczi was there twice. And then Click, how many times? Every time. Okay. Who have you talked to about in this deposition? Today's. Yeah, my husband knows. And then Carrie and Johnny. What's their last name again? Messer, same as Johnny's. It's Carrie? Kari. Okay, glad I asked. Johnny and Carrie Messer. Your husband, what's his name? Jordan Scott. Did you and Johnny talk about the deposition today? Just when I got it, he said there's nothing because we don't know what questions you're going to ask as far as anything, him being related to it all. Because I've talked to Jerry Holcomb. He's talked to Jerry Holman. Jerry Holman. They've ruled him out. They have this work schedule, they have his work schedule, his bank statements, everything, and all that has been from what Jerry says submitted to you guys. Who is Jerry Holcomb? The state police on this case. Fair enough. When you and Johnny talked recently about the deposition upcoming, did you have any substantive conversations? No, that was it. Okay. So we're going to skip over some. You work for an insurance company. I own an insurance company. Okay. Here's a subpoena. If you'd like, you don't have to, but if you'd like to give me your phone number, then we can call you and reach out and let you know. If you just want to call us, you don't want to give me the number, I understand that too. You can have my number. What is it? Okay. And then she gives a number. I'm not going to read it. Okay. I'm going to ask you if Johnny Messer knows these people, okay? Start with you. Do you know Elvis Fields? Personally, no. I've heard his name. Yes. Todd Click? Yeah. Did you know Elvis before, way back in 2017, before Todd Click talked to you? No. Did you know Johnny Messer, or did Johnny Messer know Elvis Fields in 2017 before Todd Click mentioned him? No, not that I knew of. But this is a small town, so if he has known him from a small town, then that's on him to answer. What about Rod Abrams? Never heard the name before. Todd Click, yes. Rod Abrams, he asked me how I knew him too. He asked me about him too. Did Johnny Messer know Rod Abrams? No, not that I've ever. Have you chance watched any of the video that was taken of your interviews back with Click and Farensey? No, I'd love to, because I feel like my words were twisted a lot. Do you know if Johnny Messer back in 27 knew Ned Smith? I don't know. Do you know Billy Messer? Yes, I do. How do you know Billy? He's Johnny's uncle. How close are they? They're not very close. Billy is mentally handicapped. And as far as we would ever hear from Billy, he would call and ask Johnny if he could have a can of chew maybe 3 times a year. Have you ever seen this guy before? Dustin Messer. Have you ever heard of him? I know Dustin Messer just from being a small town. Is he related to Johnny? No, wrong set of Messers. They're not related. No, there's actually 3 Johnny Messers. In this case, that's not surprising at all. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro.
Oh my God.
In this case, there's 3 Johnny Messers. Yeah, in this case, there's 2 or 3 of everything, actually. Can y'all believe it? Oh my God. Hey, thank you, MJ Lewis, bro. Thank you, MJ Lewis. Oh my gosh. You can't make this shit up with these people, bro. She got quite an attitude. Is this another Sarah Carba? She's another Sarah Carba, right? She's got a little fucking snarky attitude going on here. All right. Let's get back to business. I'm goofing around here. Trying to get through this. God damn, man. Attitude. God damn, lady. Chill out. Okay. Josh Harrison. How do you know Josh Harrison? We went to school together. He was mutual friends with everyone. Did you know him before 2017? Yes. Did Johnny know him? Yes. Before 2017? Yes. Was he involved in the Villanders? No. Was he involved in any club with Johnny? No. Peter Dunn? Yes. You know him? Uh-huh. How do you know him? He married Johnny's sister for a short period of time. Tell me about what he did for a living. He's kind of like a jack of all trades. He was just married to Alicia. Do you know approximately when they were married? It was just a short time. I think they had it annulled. Benny Cameron, yes. How do you know him? Benny did electrical work at my house here in Rushville. Matt Busberg, no. Douglas Hunt, don't know him. Ed Hunt, don't know him. Douglas Ed Hunt, don't know. Larry L.K. Spiegel, no. Danny Hammond, no. How many times have you met Billy Messer? Like 4. Never went in his house. We would pull up, like literally Johnny would get him a can of chew. He'd feel bad for him. Did you tell law enforcement that you knew Billy Messer lived with Elvis Fields? No. And Johnny Messer would bring him firewood to Billy Messer while Elvis was living with him? Does that ring a bell? No, but it doesn't surprise me that Johnny would take him firewood. If you said that to the police back when you were interviewed, would that be accurate? Anything that you told them Would that be accurate information that you provided? I didn't know that Billy lived with this Elvis, but if I said that he took him firewood, then that would be accurate. What happens if you said that Billy lived with Elvis? Is it possible you knew then, but you don't remember now? Possible. Or I knew he lived with someone, but not that it was that person's name, maybe. First time you ever heard of Elvis Fields was Todd Click? Todd, yeah. Do you know what about a guy named Jay Carpenter? Have you ever heard of a guy named Jay Carpenter? No. Eric Abernathy? No. John Chrisman? I have heard that name before. Do you know the name Josh Chrisman? I don't know Josh Chrisman. How have you heard that name? Johnny had mentioned that he maybe worked with someone named Josh Chrisman. You've never met Josh Chrisman? No, never met him. Was Josh Chrisman affiliated with the Vinlanders that you know of? No, not that I know of. Patrick Westfall? Yes. How do you know Patrick Westfall? I know Patrick from the Vinlanders. Tell me about that. I just met him through that whole ordeal. I've met him maybe 3 times. Where'd you meet him? Indianapolis. What's the name of his wife? I've never met a wife. You never met Rachel? No, I met his kids. What were his kids' names? No idea. How did Johnny know Patrick Westfall? Through the Vinlanders. I have to do these dumb questions. This way later on I can. Did Johnny Messer know Patrick Westfall prior to 2017? I'm just saying yes or no. Yes. Okay, let me ask it again so it's clear. Later on when this gets typed up, and then if we go to trial, it's easier if I do it this way. Did Johnny Messer know Patrick Westfall? Yes. Do you know approximately when those two met? 2017. Could it also be 2016? Could they have met in 2016 if you know? Yes. You met Patrick Westfall, you said, 3 or 4 times. How often do you think Johnny Messer was with Patrick Westfall, like in his presence? I honestly can't answer that. Is it over 5? I would say 5 to 7 times maybe. It was a very short period of time, and they would meet like once a month. And they would all meet, all of them at Mickey McGinley? Yes, at his house. Did Johnny Messer ever go up north to hang out with Patrick Westfall? No. How do you know that? That's to your knowledge, I guess. Well, yes, because I had a recording device on Johnny's phone, and it did the location and everything. And Todd Click had all of that information as well. We'll talk more about Patrick in a second. What about Brad Holder? Do you know Brad Holder? I met him one time. Tell me about that. They had a Thanksgiving, and he was just one of the members that had showed up for the Thanksgiving dinner. Where was that? At Mickey's house. Was Brad Holder affiliated with the Vinlanders? Yes. What did you think of Brad Holder? I don't know. Did you talk to him at all? We were just all sitting there talking. He was just a normal guy. Did he bring a date or kids or anything? No, Is that a no? No, that's a no. Sorry. You're doing great. Did you ever see Patrick Westfall's children? You said I did. You did, I think. Yes, I did. Did they participate in rituals involving Odinism or Azatru? I don't know what Azatru is. I don't remember. They were doing something where they would drink from a horn or something silly like that. And I think the little boy did. Whose little boy would that be? Patrick Westfall. Do you know what runes are? I don't know. When did you learn about runes? 2017, Todd Click told me. So you never heard about runes until then? Yeah. Robert Thomas. Do you know Robert Thomas? No. Josh Stevenson? Sounds familiar, but I'm going to say no. Sounds familiar, but I'm going to say no? Whoa, hold on. Hold on. We've heard that name before in the previous episode, right? So I'm going to do a Sergio. I'm going to be Sergio right now. I'm going to be Sergio. Sergio would say, Josh Stevenson. She says, sounds familiar. That's a yes. But then she says, but I'm going to say no. Okay. Josh Stevenson. Sounds familiar, but I'm going to say no. Brittany Odom. I know Brittany Odom. Tell me about Brittany Odom. She lives here in Rushville. We went to high school together. Was she friends with Johnny Messer, or did she know Johnny Messer, Brittany Odom? Yeah, she's friends with both of us. How aware are you of the Delphi murders case in its current, where it sits right now? Have you been following the case? No. Do you know, for example, about what's called a FRANKS memo? Have you heard of that? No. Do you know there was a large document filed with the court that mentioned your name and Johnny Messer's name and Rod Abrams' name and Elvis Field's name? Are you aware of that? I'm aware there was one that was in September that was filed. Right. And I'm aware of that. How did you become aware of that? Besides the whole town talking and everyone doing what they do in a small town, becoming detectives, it has completely ruined Johnny's life because people are saying he's a murderer and everything else. It affects me and my child. So that's how. Did you ever read this document? Yes. You read the whole document? Not the whole document. No, I did not. Which parts did you read? The parts that's just basically talked about us and that where it said something about my truck. We'll be talking about that in a second, sure. Did Johnny Messer, when you were dating him or whatever you call it, I mean, you had a child together, so I guess you were in a relationship. I never know what to call that stuff. You weren't married, but you were in a relationship and you had a child together. But back in those days, talking about 2016 and 17, was Johnny actively trying to get people to join Vinlanders? No. If other people were to testify, Johnny came up to me and said, yes, would you be interested in joining the Vinlanders? You don't think that would be telling the truth? You don't think they would be telling the truth? He wasn't telling me that he was actively searching for members to join the Vinlanders. But if he thought someone was going to be interested or wanted to, did he ever mention if Elvis Fields or Ned Smith or Rod Abrams or any of them were interested in the Vinlanders? Never heard those names. I've never heard Johnny say those names out of his mouth. If you say Josh Chrisman, Josh Harrison, people like that we know, those were never names that ever came out of Johnny's mouth. You're talking about Elvis Fields, Rod Abrams, Ned Smith? Correct. That was before Todd Click, I guess, or even today. There's nothing to say about those people. Even to this day, Johnny Messer doesn't know who Elvis Fields is. I can't say whether he does or doesn't. We know now. How close were Patrick Westphal and Johnny Messer? Closeness? They were just in the group together. How would you describe them? As like good friends, close friends? No. Like brothers? No. Going to weed out some questions. Okay. Do you have any idea where Johnny Messer was on February 13th, 2017? The girls were missing. No, I don't know exactly. Jerry Holman knows. How does Jerry Holcomb know again? Because he subpoenaed his work records and his bank statements, and that's how they ruled him out. How did Johnny Messer communicate with these people? Phone would be one way? Mm-hmm. But with social media, I'm not on social media, but because of what I do for a living, I know that there's Snapchat, there's Instagram, there's Facebook Messenger, all kind of stuff. It would just be texting and Facebook Messenger. I don't think Snapchat was a big thing in 2017. So Johnny Messer would use Facebook and text messages. Do you know if Johnny Messer's phone was ever taken by the police to be looked at? I'm sure it was when we got arrested. And any other phone that I found in the house, I've been extremely cooperative. I turned everything into police. That's why I didn't have anything to bring here today. An ESD card, I turned it all in. I called Farrency. We had an interview. I said, I found some phones. Farrency was like, can we go get them right now? I said, yeah, let's go. He jumped in my car and we drove to the house and I showed him what I found, gave him everything. What about Facebook Messenger? How does that get preserved? I don't even know. I don't know how. You'd have to log into the account and then whether you delete it or not delete it, I don't know. I guess you have to be careful with Facebook because anyone could get on and create a Facebook account and say, hey, I could get one and say, I'm you if I made an email in your name. That's why I don't have Facebook. What's your relationship with Johnny currently? He's the father of my youngest son. How do you get along? We get along great. Back in 2017, were you getting along with Johnny? He was on house arrest. It was the end of the relationship. I just wanted out. I was sick of dealing with him not working. And then he was on house arrest because all the stuff where he got in trouble. I called DCS on myself and said there's domestic violence in the house just so they would move him. That never stopped us from parenting and cooperating with the child. I'm glad you said that he was on home detention. Can I look up his criminal? I can look up his criminal history. I've not looked up yours, if there is any. Do you have any criminal history? Yeah. I've only ever been arrested one time. It was from the drugs in the home. So there was drugs in my home and I got maintaining a common nuisance. Thought I had read something about counterfeiting or something. They found counterfeit bills in the house. Yeah. And then there were 2 incidents where they had seen Johnny using the bills. Using them to buy stuff? Yeah. Okay, I see. What about drug usage back in 2017? Were you using drugs back then? Yeah, I was. What were you using? Methamphetamine. What was Johnny using? Methamphetamine. How does Johnny pay child support to you? He does not. I don't want child support. I just want him to be a good dad. How often does he get to see the child? Every other weekend. Tell me, what do you remember about February Valentine's Day time frame of 2017? It's so hard. I know he wasn't home and I was upset about that, but as far as where exactly, I think he had to work and didn't come home and he was supposed to come home and I was upset because we just had the baby. He's a new baby. Were you moving? Was it a time frame where you might be packing up stuff and you would have wanted him to help you move? Does that ring a bell? We could have been moving because I got my house in 2015 and then we moved out of my house and we were possibly moving back in, but the dates and all that could have been very well been that. I forgot to ask you, what was Brad Holder's relationship with Johnny Messer? As far as I know, he met him at a Thanksgiving dinner at that time, the Vinlanders at Mickey's house. One time, as far as I know. Did he ever talk about Brad Holder? No. Did Johnny ever talk about recording music in Delphi? No. Or with somebody from Delphi? No. Well, he might have said something to me about that, but as far as him doing any music or anything, he wasn't like trying to make music or anything. What was the business about recording music? I don't know. When you said he might have told me, like he might have said that to me, and I would have thought he's lying. I don't know. Did he say something about recording at some point? Yeah, he said that to me. And I'm saying, I don't know where that's even coming from. He doesn't make music or anything like that. Did he say something about recording music and something about Delphi? Like the person was from Delphi? Can't recall. Did he ever talk about that with Brittany Odom? No, Brittany Odom, she was connected to us with the whole methamphetamine. She was basically a drug runner. Just to be transparent on that. No, it's good. I'm going to ask you questions. Were you completely honest with the police back when you talked to the police back in 2017? Yes, but that's what I'm saying. I'd love to see the tapes because I feel like my words have been twisted. I've always been transparent as far as anything I can find, any way I can help. When it came to Johnny Messer, when it came known that Johnny Messer was kind of on the radar, somehow involved in Delphi, did Johnny reach out to you and say, hey, they might be calling you? Do you remember that? No, as far as I remember, they contacted me first before contacting him. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading off this document. Taylor stated that Messer told her that the police questioned him regarding the Delphi murders and that we would be probably calling her in for an interview. We be the police. Okay, does that ring a bell? Yes. Do you think Messer actually kind of gave you a heads up that the police are going to be calling you about Delphi? Does that ring a bell? I wouldn't want to word it that way. See, I wouldn't want to word it that way. Okay. What I'm saying is they questioned me first. The FBI questioned me first before they contacted Johnny. Okay. Taylor stated, October 25th, 2018, Taylor stated Messer told her the police had questioned him regarding the Delphi murders and that we would probably be calling her in for an interview. Does that refresh your memory? Yes. Johnny did call me, but how they put in the Delphi murders, you said Messer had an SOS stump on sight on him by the Vinlanders. Is that a true statement? That is a true statement. Do you remember the police telling the police that? Yes, I do. She was tired of him hanging out so much, not with her. Is that a true statement? I was tired of him not being with the family with us. Okay. Do you think Johnny Messer was hanging out too much with the Vinlanders back in 2017? Anytime that it can't be family time where we can all go, it's too much in my eyes. Okay. My question is about the Vinlanders. Did you think that he was hanging out too much with the Vinlanders and not enough with his family? Yes. She told that McGinley about a mixed race child that Messer had fathered with an African American woman. Is that true? It is true, yes. Do you remember telling the police that? Yes, I do. This is against the Vinlander bylaws, and Messer's probate status with them was pulled. Is that a true statement? Yes, it is. Do you remember telling the police that? Yes, I do. She said that Messer refused to turn over his Vinlander items, and that's why the SOS was put on him. Is that a true statement? Yes. Do you remember telling the police that? Yes. Why did he refuse to turn over his Vinlander items? If you know, because after they found out what they did, that would mean him having to meet with one of them, and with him being an SOS. Makes sense. She stated Patrick Westfall eventually came to Rushville and she gave him Messer's Vinlander items. Yes. Is that a true statement? That's a true statement. Taylor had gone to the Vinlander meetings with Messer at McGinley's house in Indianapolis. Is that a true statement? Yes, it is. Did you tell the police that? Yes. This is where she met with Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. Is that a true statement? Yes. And that's what you told the police? Yes. She talked more with Westfall and liked his girlfriend, Rachel Miller. Is that a true statement? Rachel Miller.
Bruh.
There was a girl there. As far as if it was Patrick or Mickey's girlfriend, I'm not sure. They're saying the police report says that you said you liked Westfall's girlfriend, Rachel Miller. Is it possible you knew who it was, but 7 years ago you don't remember now? Maybe the girl was blonde, short hair. I've never seen her. Sorry. I've been trying to look for her. She did not talk too much to Holder. Is that a true statement? Yes. Is that what you told police? Yes. She found him creepy and he made her uncomfortable. Is that a true statement? Yes. Is that what you told police? Yes. During one meeting, Holder did not attend. The other Vinlanders brought up that they heard Holder was a possible suspect in a murder in Florida. Is that a true statement? Yes. Do you remember telling that to the police? Yes. They did not want Holder hanging around with them anymore due to the possibility that it may bring the heat down on them. Is that a true statement? Yeah. Do you remember telling police that? Yes. She said during the meetings, the men would separate from the females and drink from a horn during ceremonies. Is that a true statement? Yes. You told the police? Yes. Taylor said that Messer was introduced to the Vinlanders by Brian James. Is that a true statement? Yes. Is that what you told the police? Yes. Did you ever meet Brian James? No. How did you know the name? Johnny has been in contact with Brian James ever since he was like 15. Johnny has like daddy issues, and he's always just wanting to be a part of something, finding a man just to accept him. So Brian James has always been like the go-to. I don't know. Are they still in communication? Do you know? Not that I know of. Were they in 2017? I'm not sure. She said that Messer claimed to be a part of the Hammerskins when he was younger. Is that a true statement? Yes. Is that what you told the police? Yes. She said that Messer told her he had done horrible things and he should be in prison. Is that a true statement? He told me he had done horrible things. Yes. But anyone can say that. I don't remember him saying he should be in prison. No. Really? Funny because everything else is accurate to the letter. Everything else is accurate to the letter, but that you don't remember? Don't you remember if that's what you told the police? I don't think that's what I told the police. He was never specific in details. That's what written? Is that a true statement? Yes. She knows that Westfall is from Delphi, and she assumed Holder was from the same area as Westfall. Introduced Holder to Vinlander. Is that a true statement? Yes. She said Westfall and Holder had brought their kids to Vinlander meetings at one time or another. Is that true statement? That's not a true statement. No, I don't remember meeting Holder's child or children. Okay. They go through some confusion about what they're reading from, and I'll let you read that yourself. It's up on the screen. That's why I put everything on the screen for you guys. She witnessed the kids taking part of the ceremonies and drinking from the horns. Is that a true statement? Yes. Is that what you told the police? Yes. Taylor confirmed that her and Messer saw the news reports of the Delphi murders later in the week on TV. Do you remember that? Is that a true statement? Yes. Is this what you told the police? Yes, I think everybody saw. She confirmed she made the statement that she hoped Holder and Westfall were not involved. Is that a true statement? I don't remember saying that, but I do feel that way. So I can see me saying that. She confirmed she made the statement that she hoped Holder and Westfall were not involved. I do feel that way. Okay. She confirmed she made the statement she hoped Holder and Westfall were not involved. Messer also took a guy named Josh Stevenson to meetings. Is that a true statement? Yeah, and I want to say on that, I think that Josh Stevenson and Josh Chrisman are the same person. Do you know why they would have different last names? I don't know, but I remember something silly about that. So is it a true statement that Josh Stevenson and or Josh Chrisman, that Messer would take Josh Stevenson to the meetings? Let me rephrase that and ask you if it's a true statement. Messer also took a guy named Josh Stevenson to the meetings. Is that a true statement? I can't say whether that's true. I know Johnny said that he was taking this person with him, and whether that happened or not, I don't know. You're basing that, what you told the police back a few years ago, that Josh Stevenson attended meetings. You only know that based on what Johnny Messer told you, correct? Correct. But you don't dispute saying that to police, correct? There was a male by the name of Dougie that hung around the Vinlanders. Is that a true statement? Yes. Is that something you told the police? Yes. She described Dougie as a lower functioning mentally and was not all there. Correct. Is that a true statement? Yes. Okay. They took advantage of Dougie to perform menial tasks for them. True statement? Yes. Dougie stopped coming around the Vinlanders after another group gave him a jacket and some patches. True statement? Yes. She stated that Westfall, Messer, and McGinley went to Minnesota for a Vinlander event in March 2017. Is that a true statement? Yes. Okay. Did Brad Holder not go with them to Minnesota with Westfall, Messer, and McGinley? Correct. She said this was the final straw for her. True statement? Yes. So I'm going to skip some of this because this is really lengthy, but I wanted you guys to see that she's confirming essentially every single statement that was in the interviews with in the Murphy report. However, she's negating all of the connections to Messer. You see, every time it comes to Messer, she all of a sudden she won't really double down on that. Now, let's continue. But they go through that rest of that interview like that. Okay, I'm trying to find this. It says in two of the phone calls, Messer is offering money for people to help find someone so they can be injured or killed. Did you ever hear those calls? No, I did not. Have you ever heard that before I just said it? No. The other call is Messer bragging about holding a subject hostage and shooting them at his house. Have you ever heard that before? No. He later released them and took them home after taking their AK-47. Have you ever heard that? No. I believe the victim's name is Tillison. They live in Shelbyville. Have you ever heard about that? It is believed that the victim's last name is Tillison and they live in Shelbyville. Who's dead now? But no, I don't know about that. Tell me about that. That guy came to our house and took our gun. And I mean, yeah, it was a big ordeal. It was an AK 47. Mm hmm. Yes, yes. Did Johnny go back? Did Johnny go get his gun back that Tillison stole from him? Is that what happened? I don't know what happened. I know they were fighting and there was a gun, and I stood in front of Johnny because he had the gun pointed at him, and then he put the gun down. Okay. But there was no one shot or anything like that? Or no hostages or anything? No. We're getting close here. Do you remember sending Johnny a text that said, if they told us they already questioned Brad and Patrick, what makes you think they didn't tell them they were going to question us? If they told us, I'm thinking it's police, that they already questioned Brad and Patrick. What makes you think they didn't tell them that they were going to question us? That's the way it's written. I think it's represented to be a text from you to Johnny saying, hey, if they talk to Brad and Patrick and you know that, what makes you think they're not going to come down here and talk to us? Do you remember sending a text like that? No, but it sounds like something I would say, especially with it ruining our lives right now. Okay. I'm going to skip ahead a bit. On 11/20/2018, Taylor Hornady was again interviewed by Ferency Murphy at Rushville. Yes. Okay. And then they go back into some of the elements of that particular interview. And again, again, it was accurate. Again, she's also she's retracting her statement about when Messer came home and saying that now he always came home. Okay. And he says Taylor said that Messer was driving her 2001 Chevy red Suburban. Yes. Is that a true statement? Yes. She recalls being even more angry with him because she noticed something like blood on the side of the vehicle. Is that a true statement? There was something red on the front where it looked like he had hit an animal or something like that. And I found an earring in the vehicle and told him that too. Do you guys know that one? Okay, so there's an earring. Okay, so that's something new. That's something new. We got an earring in the vehicle. Um, Tell me what you remember about the blood. It was on the front fender on the driver's side. Okay. It was a bright red Chevy red. Where did you see it? On the bumper, on the hood? So on the front of the vehicle, on the driver's side fender, like by the headlight. Front left-hand corner, right side by the tire wheel well. Did you ever ask Johnny what that was? No, I think I remember waking up one morning when he came in and the smell just woke me up because he had hit a skunk. I don't know if you ever smelled raw skunk, but I know. She remembers taking the vehicle to the car wash. Yeah. True statement? Yeah. Okay, so um She said that Messer and his mother currently live in the house where Abrams used to live. Is that a true statement? I don't recall. Seems like a very specific thing. I don't recall that. Is it possible that you've forgotten? It is possible. So Johnny may have known Rod Abrams. He may have, yeah. She said Messer and his friends call Abrams Rodchester, pronouncing it in a way that made Abrams' speech. Made fun of Abrams' speech. Yeah, there's a nickname that this Rod Abrams go by or something. Chester. Okay. When did your relationship end? 2017 or 18 after we got arrested. Then he got released. He tried to do the whole house arrest thing at my house, and that just wasn't going to happen. Okay. We got a page excluded from public record. Very odd. Okay, now we got a... Let's see. So that's the essence of Taylor Hornady. I just wanted you guys to see how this went. I mean, essentially the goal there with Taylor Hornady was for you to see how it went. Okay. So that about wraps up that entire thing. And I know it's a lot. It's extremely a lot. We're already at 3.5 hour mark. But I want to quickly summarize for you the affidavit of Richard Allen. Okay, to wrap this up with a bow tonight. And this is from January 28th, I believe, of 2024. It says, Judge Gull interfered with Richard Allen's attorney-client relationship. On October 12th, 2023, Judge Gull instructed appointed counsel to cease work on Mr. Allen's case. Now remember, this is less than a month after the FRANKS memorandum dropped. Okay, less than a month after the FRANKS memorandum dropped onto this case like a nuclear bomb, Judge Gull interferes with Richard Allen's attorney-client relationship, ordering them to cease work on Mr. Allen's case. This disarming of counsel occurred immediately in advance of Judge Gull ordering a hearing in her own courtroom in which she staged the premeditated removal of attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin, complete with cameras in the courtroom. Remember, for the first time only and ever that they were allowed in this case, preparing in advance a handwritten statement claiming they were grossly negligent and grossly incompetent. Number two, Judge Gull publicly and on the record disparaged defendant Allen's chosen attorneys. The week before the October 19th, 2023 hearing, Rozzi and Baldwin asked Judge Gull what to expect. And Baldwin knew from an October 10th phone call that Judge Gull had commented that she was inclined to have Rozzi and Baldwin removed from the case at the request of Prosecutor McClellan. key point that I want to emphasize to you guys on this: at the request of Prosecutor McClelland. Additionally, Judge Gold, claiming on the record in chambers that she is finding gross incompetence on the part of Baldwin and Rozzi, provides a rational inference of bias and prejudice. A judge that has predetermined an attorney is grossly negligent and grossly incompetent has developed a bias towards that attorney. The mere reference to Baldwin and Rozzi being incompetent would be strong evidence of a rational inference of bias and prejudice. But claiming that she finds them grossly incompetent provides even more conclusive evidence of a rational inference of bias and prejudice. Judge Gold telling Rick Allen that she has grave concerns about Baldwin and Rozzi representing him provides a rational inference of bias and prejudice. And finally, for the first time ever allowing court cameras in the courtroom, knowing her plans to ambush the defense and how cameras in the courtroom would impact the attorneys psychologically as they tried to process their options, provides a rational inference of bias and prejudice. Number 3, Judge Gold violated defendant Allen's due process rights. On October 19th, 2023, a mere month after the FRANKS memorandum dropped on his case like a nuclear bomb, Judge Gold ambushed appointed counsel with a planned Hobson's choice designed to coerce withdrawals. Okay. The same day Judge Gold prepared a written statement she threatened to read to the public, alleging defense counsel was grossly negligent and incompetent in the representation of Allen in front of the cameras. Judge Gold's complaint was not about having control over counsel rather than any Judge Gold's complaint was more about not having control over counsel rather than legitimate concerns that counsel engaged in conduct that compromised Richard Allen's defense. Okay. Additionally, until the in-chambers hearing, other than the topic of the evidence leak, Judge Gold had never before mentioned to counsel that the other items she mentioned in chambers were worthy of them being disqualified. Okay. Number 4, Judge Gold engaged in critical stage proceedings in defendant's absence. On October 19, 2023, Judge Gold conducted critical stage proceedings in chambers outside the presence of the accused, even though she had ordered him transported and he was available to participate in the in-chambers hearing, placing his attorneys in an ethical dilemma and creating a public record outside the presence of the accused. This ignored any sense of due process and violated rules 1.2 and 2.2 of the CJC. Number 5, Judge Gold failed to maintain impartiality and fairness. Judge Gold engaged in a planned forced resignation of the defense team in her chambers on October 19, 2023, again referencing defense counsel's pleadings that contained in her words, inaccuracies and falsehoods. The court's references were connected to the facts and circumstances surrounding the emergency motion to modify safekeeping order that she denied the same day. The court instructed DOC staff to stand down on the transport of a subpoenaed defense witness. Number 6, Judge Gold demonstrated bias towards the prosecution. In the days leading up to the October 19th ambush hearing in Fort Wayne, Judge Gold, attorneys Baldwin, Rozzi, and McClelland participated in a phone conference to discuss matters associated with the dissemination of crime scene photos. It was during this phone conference that McClelland first uttered the word disqualification. After a very brief discussion, Judge Gold communicated to the parties that she at the moment was inclined to grant the request. The comments were made by the court without having conducted even the most informal of hearings, without having considered a single piece of evidence, and without consulting defendant Allen on the matter. Judge Gold's conduct of quickly siding with the prosecution in an off-the-record phone call on a matter of such high importance demonstrates a rational inference of bias against defendant Allen and runs afoul of Rule 2.3 of the CJC. Number 7, Judge Gold made public misrepresentations on the record. Immediately following the court's planned removal of the defense team, Judge Gold took to the bench and addressed all those in attendance, as well as the public at large, through the lens of the single time cameras were allowed in the courtroom, broadcasting the proceedings, and to the potential jury pool that we've had an unexpected turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this afternoon, the defense attorneys have withdrawn their representation of Mr. Allen. The court concluded the hearing by stating clearly this is outside of our control when referring to the events that took place in chambers. These words spoken are untruths, as the withdrawals of Baldwin and Rozzi were exactly what Judge Gull had pre-planned to happen. Her words to the public, therefore, appear to have been intended to disguise her in-chambers actions, which forced their resignation, and she knew her actions were wrong as she later tried to conceal what happened in chambers. When Richard Allen's original action lawyers attempted to obtain a transcript of the in-chambers hearing, Judge Gull's staff refused access to the transcript, calling it confidential. Richard Allen was therefore denied his right to the transcript of the hearing wherein he was not present and wherein his lawyers were effectively severed from him without his consent. In order to review what happened in chambers, Rick Allen's counsel on the original action were forced to request the Indiana Supreme Court order Judge Gull to release the transcript. Allen's counsel made this request November 6, 2023, and on November 8, 2023, the Indiana Supreme Court ordered Judge Gull release the transcripts, and ultimately she complied. Judge Gull's attempt to deny Allen's lawyers the transcript of the in-chambers hearing and keep the transcripts hidden from his attorneys and from the public provides a rational inference of bias against Richard Allen and his defense team. The court's own words at the hearing, claiming the events were unexpected and out of the court's control, are in direct conflict of Rules 1.2 of the CJC and Rule 211 of the CJC, supporting recusal. Judge Gull engaged in ex parte communications. On October 30th, 2023, less than 2 weeks after the dropping of the bomb on the Delphi murders case, the FRANKS memorandum, attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin filed their private appearance as his pro bono attorneys. The next morning, attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin appeared in person in Carroll County Circuit Court as defendant Allen's pro bono attorneys with the ethical and legal duty to carry out their representation of Allen. However, Judge Gull, with intentionality, refused to allow attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin to carry out their representation of their client. This included communicating by text message to Judge Gull's chosen replacement attorneys, Robert Scrimmen and William Labredo, prior to the start of the hearing. This also included engaging in an in-chambers conference with said replacement attorneys and Prosecutor McClellan, while attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin remained in the courtroom with their client. After taking the bench, Judge Gull, on her own volition, severed the attorney-client relationship for a second time without seeking the opinion and or permission of Richard Allen. Okay. The court's action were violated of defendant Allen's rights and significantly impair any public transparency in the actions of the judiciary. Point number 9, Judge Gull denied defendant Allen his Sixth Amendment rights to counsel, and in doing so denied his right to a speedy trial. She denied his Sixth Amendment rights when she forced their resignation on the October 19th in-chambers hearing. Rozzi and Baldwin then entered their appearances as private pro bono counsel. This was done at Richard Allen's request. Richard Allen's intentions were to file a speedy trial motion, okay, to secure his previously scheduled trial date of January 8, 2024. Judge Gull prevented this from happening by refusing defendant Allen of the attorneys of his choosing. Judge Gull's refusal to allow defendant Allen's counsel of choice back onto the case effectively derailed any strategy defendant Allen had and his lawyers had developed in an effort to move his case into a courtroom and challenge the merits of the state's charging information. The judge's actions were prejudicial against Allen in that he was denied his basic constitutional right of choice of counsel and basic constitutional right to a speedy trial. This is a Sixth Amendment right violation. Number 10, Judge Gold changed her ruling as a prior order when attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin were reinstated. Judge Gold received a Franks memorandum on September 18th, 2023. She took no action for over 4 months. However, she did offer her public defenders, her hand-chosen attorneys, Scrimmin and Libredo, the opportunity for a hearing while they were representing Allen. This is evident from the November 1st order wherein she offered up. Court notes 2 pending motions, motion to suppress, motion for Franks hearing, and I'll await a report from attorneys Scrimmin and Libredo and prosecuting attorney McClellan regarding hearing dates. The court then memorialized this invitation to pursue these motions in a minute entry reflected in the CCS November 2nd. Then again, November 14th, court issued additional minute entry inviting defendants Allen's new counsel to set a hearing on the pleadings. If defendants' new counsel inform the court they intend to pursue the Franks motion, the court will schedule a hearing. 2 business days after attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin were reinstated, Judge Gold issued an order denying a hearing on the Franks motion and denying a motion in limine filed by Rozzi and Baldwin regarding the admission of ballistics evidence. The timing of the ruling and lack of serious legal factual analysis provides a rational inference of bias and prejudice against Richard Allen. Gold notably offering her chosen replacement attorneys the opportunity for a Franks hearing on the pending motion, while denying Baldwin and Rozzi the same opportunity, creates a rational inference of bias against Richard Allen and his chosen defense counsel. Number 11, Judge Gold discredited defense Allen's defense strategy. On November 14th, 2023, Judge Gold issued an order that is pertinent in part acknowledge defendants Allen's filing of a motion for Franks hearing, memorandum in support, and accompanying documentation. These documents were filed on September 18th, 2023. Nearly 2 months later, Gold, having taken no action, invited a successor counsel to adapt these pleadings or make their own. Implicit within her verbiage is what appears to be the court's attempt to empower her chosen replacements to abandon a material aspect of Allen's defense strategy. If there's any debate about what the court's intentions, at the very least, Judge Gold's order and language therein creates the impression that the court is skeptical of Allen's defense strategy, thereby prejudicing the totality of the defense. Accordingly, Gold violated Rules 2.3 of the CJC. Number 12, Judge Gold committed violations of the Access to Court Records Act. Judge Gold removed and sealed or ordered the removal of defense pleadings from the chronological case summary in violation of the Indiana Supreme Court's administrative rules. Those pleadings included the Franks motion and the Franks memorandum, 3 affidavits, Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson. Those are the Odinists at Westville. The affidavit of an accused leaker, Mitch Westerman, and more recently, the affidavit of an unsigned signed by defense investigator Suzanne Mueller and incorporated in the 3rd request for transfer. By secreting pleadings from the docket without following ACR rules 2A and Rule 4, Judge Gold allowed violations of public access. Because those acts have shielded documents, these acts demonstrate a lack of impartiality and fairness in violation of Judicial Rule 1.1, compliance with the law, and Rule 2.2, impartiality and fairness. Number 13, Judge Gold engaged in additional violations of access to court records. Defendant Allen's original motion to disqualify Judge Gold was filed by Rozzi October 25th. On October 27th, the court issued an order noting attorneys Rozzi's withdrawal which was forced from the case and struck from the record. Any authority the court had to strike substantive pleadings from the record stemmed from the court's reversible error terminating the attorney-client relationship between defendant Allen and Rozzi despite the defendant's objections. This is in direct violation of Rule 1.2 of the CJC. the court has engaged in judicial conduct undermining public confidence in the independence, integrity, and impartiality of the court. Number 14, Judge Gold failed to address her administrative duties. Okay, Attorney Baldwin submitted his first billing invoice May 19th, 2023. Baldwin staff left several communications with Judge Gold's office. Gold's failure to sign off on payment to Baldwin as the months passed, those communications were ignored. Carroll County auditor said they would pay the bill as soon as the judge sent them an order, but they had not yet been sent the order. Finally, Baldwin emailed Judge Gold's staff begging to be paid. Eventually, Baldwin's attorney bill from May 19th was paid on September 18th, only a few days after Carroll County received an order, but almost 4 months to the day after the bill was tendered. Attorney Rozzi submitted his first billing invoices May 10th, 2023. Not satisfied until September 19th, 2023. Since then, Judge Gold has failed to refuse and authorize payment invoices submitted by Rozzi in the case. On October 4th, Rozzi submitted 2 separate invoices. No action was taken up to and including January 5th, 2024, and on this day, Rozzi reached out to Judge Gold's court staff, provided summaries of various outstanding invoices that had yet to be processed. Attorney Baldwin submitted invoices in early December yet to be processed. Okay. Several invoices were paid, including Baldwin's invoices submitted in December. However, as the date of the filing of this motion, Attorney Rozzi's invoices submitted 3.5 months ago remained unpaid. Judge Gold's refusal to process the attorney's invoices in the normal course of business demonstrate a rational inference of bias against defendant Allen and further demonstrates her prejudicial behavior towards his defense team, even regarding administrative matters, in violation of Rule 2.3 of CJC. Furthermore, on August 8, 2023, Allen's attorneys requested transcript from the June 15th hearing in which defense counsel requested Allen be moved out of Westville. Nearly 6 months have passed, and the defense has still not received a transcript of the June 15, 2023 hearing. This all provides a rational inference of bias. 15, Judge Gold failed to protect the accused. Defendant Allen's unique, burdensome detention circumstances have been of concern since he was shipped off to Westville. These concerns were immediately brought to the court. After the court declined to take precautionary action up to on April 5th, 2023, the defense filed an emergency motion to modify safekeeping. Court's response to emergency motion was to set the matter for hearing June 15th, 2.5 months after the emergency motion was filed. In the interim, inmate Robert Baston filed a pro se letter with the court corroborating the defense's concerns. The defense subpoenaed Baston to the June 15th hearing. However, on the morning of June 15th, Judge Gold informed Baldwin and Rozzi she had released Carroll County from executing the subpoena on inmate Baston due to his resistance. A hearing on the defense motion was then conducted, and the court issued an order denying defense motion to move defendant Allen. In fact, suggested that in its order that the evidence submitted did not support many of the allegations advanced by the defendant's counsel. In paperwork filed with the court on June 20th, 2023, sealed by the judge until November 20th or November 2023, it was revealed to the public that Judge Gold and her staff chose to communicate with a state's witness, Todd Lesenby, concerning inmate Baston's unwillingness to attend. Legally speaking, the witness had no choice but to attend. Okay? Prisoners all over the state are transported to hearings. And proper method to deal with the situation would have been for Judge Gold to alert both sides about the problem and conduct a hearing. Instead, Judge Gold, either directly or through her staff, opened leave for the defense or opted to leave the defense completely out of the equation. Advising off the record Carroll County Sheriff's Department Westville Correctional Facility to leave the witness at Westville, ignoring the valid subpoena. Okay? In summary, Gold released a material defense witness from a properly served defense subpoena, and then claimed the defense failed to meet its burden of proving the allegations in the emergency motion. This was prejudicial to the defendant and usurped his ability to prosecute his own emergency motion, which is otherwise known as a refusal of compulsory process. This exhibits a rational inference of bias, prejudice against Allen and his attorneys in violation of Rule 2.3 of CJC. Number 16, Judge Gull continued ongoing failure to protect the accused. Judge Gull has exhibited a lack of concern about and taken no action to protect the physical and mental well-being of the accused. On 2 different occasions, the court has been asked to order the removal of Richard Allen from Westville, place him in a less restrictive, healthy environment, as he is a pretrial detainee. However, Judge Gull denied both attempts. The court refuses to take action to protect Mr. Allen. This is not an adversarial issue. The state should be an uninterested party in the matter. There's no need for introduction of evidence in support of these claims. The court has absolute jurisdiction of Mr. Allen's detention. It would be entirely appropriate for the court to order the detention of Mr. Allen in a facility close to or near his court-appointed attorneys, without the necessity of lengthy sojourns, so that they could communicate. Attorney Rozzi even arranged for Cass County Jail to take Mr. Allen. The court's refusal to intervene in his confinement is prejudicial to Mr. Allen in violation of Rule 2.3. Court refuses to intervene, which violates Mr. Allen's Sixth Amendment right to present a defense and runs afoul of his due process rights under state and federal constitutions. Okay, this provides a rational inference of bias as it was proven that Mr. Allen was guarded by practicing pagan Odinists with evidence of the allegations. Number 17, Judge Gull has treated the prosecution more favorably than the defense counsel. Okay. For example, Nick McClellan was in possession of a highly exculpatory document prepared by Mr. Todd Click, in which Click alerted McClellan that he was concerned that McClellan had not been informed about Click's involvement in investigating a group of men who he believed were involved in the murders. Evidence in the third parties, or that the third parties involved in Odinism had murdered the girls. McClellan held on to that highly exculpatory document for nearly 4 months. McClellan's failure to turn over this exculpatory documentation prevented them from investigating about the exculpatory information in depositions in early August. McClellan's failure to turn over exculpatory documents is accurately detailed in the FRANKS memorandum. Despite these truths, Judge Gull has never chastised McClellan for these wrongs. She never told McClellan that his behavior appears intentional or grossly intentional, or at least grossly negligent. Judge Gull has never indicated that McClellan should be replaced. Okay? The fact that Judge Gull has focused her ire on her perceived belief that Baldwin and Rozzi are grossly negligent and incompetent while not addressing the prosecutor's provable discovery issues provides a rational inference of bias and prejudice against Richard Allen and his defense team. Number 18, Judge Gull engaged in unacceptable extrajudicial activities. On July 9th, 2023, someone believed to be Judge Gull's daughter-in-law produced an entry on her Facebook page stating what an honor it was for the girls to play in the Abby Libby Memorial Tournament. What a greater honor it was that Abby and Libby's grandparents presented our girls with their championship finalist rings. In spite of being the presiding judge in this case, at the time this message was posted, Judge Gull made a choice to publicly comment on that post with a simple congratulations. While this post may appear innocuous to Richard Allen's counsel, it raises fair questions about whether or not a rational inference of bias or prejudice exists, as the presumable relatives of Judge Gull who are mentioned in this post will likely see Judge Gull from time to time. Remember, this is Abby and Libby's grandparents presenting Judge Gull's girls with their championship finalist rings. And Judge Gull commenting, congratulations. Judges must therefore be cautious about their use of electronic social media and online communications, as friendships taken out of context can create the appearance of bias or impropriety, thereby undermining public confidence in the judiciary. Publicly commenting on a post concerning a softball tournament that honored the victims Abby and Libby and referenced their grandparents in this case provides evidence of a rational inference of bias on the part of Judge Gull. Number 19, timing of judicial bias, prejudice, and lack of impartiality. Defendant Allen asserts that the first time Judge Gull's bias was cemented in the minds of the defense, demonstrating her bias, prejudice, and lack of impartiality, occurred in a phone call between McClellan, Baldwin, Rozzi, and the court. This phone call occurred October 10, 2023. Some of the factual matters show a rational inference of bias occurred before October 10, 2023. The defense hoped some of Judge Gull's questionable behavior that predated October 10, 2023 were not signs of bias. However, when placed into context, Judge Gull's actions preceding October 10, 2023 are now viewed as evidence of a continued pattern of bias, such as Judge Gull's failure to pay defense attorneys. Obviously, neither attorneys, Rozzi or Baldwin, had the authority to file any pleadings in this case after October 31st, 2023, due to Judge Gull's forced removal of them. It is from this set of circumstances that Richard Allen asserts his claims in support of his motion for a change of judge from Francis C. Gull. And this is the affidavit of Richard Allen, an extremely important document in this case record. And I hope that you all understand that this is the way we wrap this thing up. Okay. This is how we wrap up tonight's show, which is called Delphi, the Franks Supplement, a follow-up on the silencing of Todd Click. And that's going to do it for us. This was an extremely long show, and I do apologize for that to the viewer. But this was absolutely necessary in the interest of completeness. And I recommend to all of you to consider these two episodes as a single. Part one being the previous episode, The Silencing of Todd Click, and part two being this very episode, Delphi, the Franks Supplement. Together, these two are perhaps the two most important shows I've ever done on this case to date. And I want to thank you all for being here and encourage you again to watch both of them in the interest of completeness. If you want to get an idea of what we're looking at here as we approach the appellate decision in the trial of State versus Richard Allen in the Delphi murders. So thank you all for being here. I'm now going to rest my eyes. And I know it's rather late, so God bless you all. It was a late Wednesday night. If you're on the replay, do me a very big favor and leave your comments down below. I'd love to hear from you and know what you have to say and hear your input on this, especially if you're new. We love and welcome all new viewers and welcome your input, because altogether we're much more powerful than we are all alone. So thank you all very much. Please next time join the live chat and be aware we do have support pathways, and we always love the channel needs your support. So whether it be by hitting that thumbs up, by watching our content, sharing our content, or supporting us financially, or whether through the Cash App, the Venmos, Buy Me a Coffees, the GoFundMe, the Super Chats, and in any other way, we do appreciate all of your support in all the ways that you do. And thank you for your time and attention to this matter. highly concerning information. And so that will wrap up our look at the Rushville investigation, the silencing of Todd Click, the Franks memorandum, and the current status as we approach the ending of the appellate process for Richard Allen. So God bless you all. Hug your kids and hug your wife, and then hide your kids and hide your wife. Okay. So God bless you all. Until next time, we'll leave you with a little wisdom from our mean girls. Let's see, where are we?
Off is a fucking terrorist, a fucking pedophile, sympathizing fucking terrorist.
Bruh.
It's not productive. It's kind of gross and icky. And I feel like it tells us more about them than the people they're trying to degrade. They're always trying to degrade someone.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Oh my God! This is bullshit, a lot though.
It's not productive. It's kind of gross and icky.
Bruh.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Prof is a fucking terrorist.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Prof is a fucking terrorist.
It's not productive. It's kind of gross and icky.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
This is bullshit, a lot though.
Bye-bye, you fucking hoe.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Bruh.
Let's have a good time. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. I can't relate to where I am. People just don't give a damn. I'll find a way, make a break, figure out what it takes while traveling at the speed of light. Changes come, they affect their sight. Now it's been 7 years, almost there. The planet nears, taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. There's people that I recognize. They've come here without disguise, searching for a better home, place where we're not all alone. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. Thank you very much.
Mr. Doug Wright.